Hello, everybody, and welcome to 7th Second Edition, The Winter's Jewel, Episode 1. I am Doug. I will be the storyteller for the evening, and I would like to introduce to you our special cast for this holiday episode.
My name's Angela, also known as Gangrel Kitty, and I'll be playing Lucia Romano.
Hello, I am Michael, and I will be portraying Siegert Braume.
Hello, I am Vince, and I am portraying Maximillian Baptiste.
Since this is a holiday episode, we're going to forego the normal announcements and shout outs and upselling that we normally do for our YouTubes and such, and go straight into what we're doing for tonight. Tonight, we're going to be bringing you 7th Second Edition, created by John Wick Studios and owned by Chaosium. It is a world of swashbuckling and sorcery, of adventure, and I have a little list here, and adventure and exploration, and romance, and my personal favorite, revenge. It is a world that is set in it's a fantasy world that reminds us a little bit of 17th century Europe without the prejudices and some of the more ugly bits. It's a fantasy world, not a high fantasy, sort of a medium fantasy. Magic takes on a special mystery in this universe and is powerful but also dangerous and subtle in the background. But more notably, it is the nobles who are the magicians, the sorcerers, and the people struggle against oppressions of many things that people struggled against in the 17th century, which is oppressions, human ideals, democracy, the sort of religious connotations that happened in the Reformation, those sorts of things. Overall, it's just an adventure, game of adventure and fun, however. And for tonight's episode, we are going to be setting the story with the group being set in a pirate ship, or in a merchant ship, as it were. So before we go on to get straight into the thick of things, I would like to apologize for two things. One, there will be the occasional, hopefully, mispronunciation of words. We will endeavor to try to get them correct, but please forgive us if we mispronounce either a name or a word of a place or such so forth things. And occasionally, we may have the occasional bad accent. We will try to keep those to a minimum, but in order we may get into character a little much, and we're not I'm not a voice actor, so but other than that, with all that out of the way, let's set sails on the 7 seas. Our adventure begins. Our band of travelers coming back from the Ataban Sea, a place of exotic mystery where they had had previous adventures. Requiring themselves to ship themselves home, they had booked passage upon a merchant vessel. The vessel had traveled north, where it stopped for a brief time at a port of call in Castile. From there, they went further north, but not before taking commission from a courier who needed to deliver a message. The sails were rough as it is winter, or the seas were rough as it is winter. The ocean, balmy, windy, rain, but a brief calmness before the storm. As morning dawned, they saw on the horizon black sails. We enter. An explosion bursts out, ripping across the mainmast. Sails unfurling themselves as grappling hooks come riding over the side of the ship. You hear off on the other ship, as it's being pulled closer, the growls and jeers of vicious men. Gunfire erupts around you. An explosion from a gunpowder keg blows up right behind you. You three are standing on the decks of a ship being boarded. The Bright Blade, the ship that you were hired to protect, is soon immersed into a vicious battle. As pirates come teeming over the boards, you hear people call out, "Defend the ship!" The captain, issuing orders from near the main mast, fires his pistol. But you see a group of people swing across, and he's soon engaged into a melee from 6 sides. Standing in a sea of swords and sweaty men and women, of blades and gunfire, you find yourselves immersed in the melee. To your right is the pirate ship, as people are screaming to try to separate the ships from each other, as cannons are volleying themselves into each other, just trying to obliterate each other as fast as possible. In between you is the boarding action. At the helm of the ship, you see the captain immersed in the melee. What do you three choose to do? We'll start with Lucio.
I'm gonna go into weaponry, and I'm going to grab a sword, and I'm going to attack the nearest pirate near me.
Okay, so you pick up your sword, which is as the pirate's distal had closed its distance. Of course, arms and armaments are abound out here as people were arming themselves with whatever they had at hand, as well as unlocking the armory. Siegert, what do you choose to do?
Siegert is seeing the sort of pickle that the captain is in, is going to start moving his way towards the captain. I imagine that on his way, because he probably doesn't fight with a blade, he's just like, as someone comes at him, he like grabs the person's arm, because he's this massive dude, grabs the dude's arm, he's just like, no. And then he pushes him, he'll like push one guy away. The next guy that comes swinging over, he turns and kicks off the side of the ship. Like as he lands, he just gets kicked. And then he's charging into the melee and trying to like basically grab onto as many of the guys as he can. That's basically attacking the captain is kind of his plan. And, up to you to determine should that happen or not, right?
Maximillian.
Seeing that Siegert is heading towards the captain, Maximillian will stay near Lucia and try to back her up, weapon saber drawn, and ready to engage anybody that gets within.
Okay, so we're going to begin with our first roll of the evening. What we are going to do, what the characters have described for us is the approach. Every test is a risk, and you begin a risk by dictating what your approach is going to be. So, Lucia, you have chosen to take weaponry as your approach, as you pick up the weapon. Go ahead and roll for me a finesse plus weaponry skill, +1 because it is the first time you're using this skill for this session. Because Siegert is browing his way across the brutes. His approach is up to you, but it sounds like that is more of a. Gotta get my. I don't have my skills in front of me.
Brawl, probably.
Like a brawl. Okay.
Yeah,
that's acceptable.
Sure.
Maybe strength and brawl would sound like an appropriate. And
so
because
it'd be brawn.
Yeah.
Brawn and brawl.
Yeah, brawn and brawl.
Okay.
Brawn. Sorry, getting. It's a demo. I have this on my normal streams. I always get skills and things mixed up.
Oh, and just to clarify very quickly, should it come up, I did use the quick play character sheet, but I swapped around a couple of skills.
Sure.
So I swapped my weaponry with my brawl because it made more sense that Siegert was more of a hand-to-hand fighter than he was necessarily a weapon fighter. Okay.
Yeah. And because Maximillian is choosing to also engage, but in more of a defensive pattern, would you say weaponry would still be the approach for you as you take on brutes as they come in with your saber?
Or athletics.
Athletics? Okay. So you're basically like keeping people at bay with the things, kicking and trying to create space for Lucia to engage your opponents. Right. That makes sense. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and roll for that. That sounds like more of a tactical approach. So I would like to use wits for this, if that's okay. Mm-hmm. So wits plus athletics.
Sure.
So we're going to go ahead and grab our heroes are going to grab a number of 10 dice equal to the stat plus skill plus 1, because it is the first time you're using all your respective skills. And then they are going to roll. Now, in a roll, they are trying to take their dice and create sets of 10. Using the whole dice numbers as the set for the sets. So, for instance, if as an example, I rolled a 5 and a 7, that would be one set. Whereas a 2 and a 1 would not be a set. Those two extra dice those extra dice that do not become sets are also important, so they are not going to discard them. Each set is considered one raise. And in a raise, we can use raises to perform actions, escape consequences, and provide and create opportunities for ourselves. So beginning with Lucio Romano, how many sets of 10 did you create?
2.
2 sets. Did you have any hanger dice?
2.
Okay, you had 2 dice that did not go into your pools. So I will, at this point, the hanger dice can be, Lucia has the opportunity to gain hero points. Here, each character starts with 1 hero point, and hero points are kind of like the player's way of getting things done. For those 2 dice, I will gain 2 danger dice, and you will gain 2 hero dice. Is that acceptable?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and put my dice over here. Now, I have a pool of dice called danger dice, and danger dice, when I spend danger dice, bad things happen. So I begin with a number of danger dice equal to the highest trait amongst you, which I believe is 3, or is it 4? Yes, Siegert.
Trait being the stat that we have?
Yeah, trait is the stat, yes.
Yeah, my character has a 4.
That's okay.
In Braume, yeah.
Okay.
The other thing that I have is on the leftover dice that don't form a set, does the number on them matter, or do they just, no matter what their number is, they just translate into a hero point should you choose to?
They translate into a hero point should you accept it. It's an offer that I make you.
Sure. So the number on the dice doesn't matter then?
No.
Okay, that was a clarification I needed. Thank you.
Okay. So you have 2 raises that you have created, and you've gained 2 hero points. Siegert, how many raises did you make?
I was able to make 3 raises, and I had 1 leftover dice.
Okay. So I would like to offer you a hero point. Would you like to accept?
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Give me that hero point.
Okay, and I will gain 1 danger point. Maximillian.
3 raises and 1 leftover.
1 leftover, and I'm assuming that you would like to accept a hero point?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll take a hero point.
Okay, my danger pool is now at 8, just to keep that in note. It's dangerous. Okay, so we're going to begin with the highest, which was 3, because Siegert and Maximillian both scored 3. We're going to go in round robin order. So Siegert, first beginning with you. You are attempting to bowl your way past. Now, it spends 1 raise is all you would need to require to perform this action. Along the way, right, you may take as you basically grab people and throw people away. A couple pirates come try to sneak in with a dagger or 2. Trying to find ways of, while you're throwing one guy, get you underneath the ribs, and one tries to jump on you and stab you in the shoulder. Also, the sail, which had been basically broken because of the cannon shot, is also coming down in the position that you are going to cross. So in order to avoid the damage, which is 2 points of damage, You could either avoid the 2 points of damage, or get caught up in the sails for a brief moment and receive a -1 dice a penalty to your next round, and that will cost 1 raise to avoid.
Okay, so now I spend raises to basically deal with the consequences?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to spend 1 raise to basically resist the sail falling on me.
Okay.
For sure. And then I have to do another raise to resist the damage? Does it resist all of the damage, or is it just 1 for 1?
Just 1 for 1.
Okay. I'm going to say that the guy who jumped up on me and is like trying to stab me on the shoulder is like on my back. I'm going to say that one happens. The guy that tries to get me in the side, I'm going to resist that one and spend my 2nd raise for that.
Mm-hmm.
When can I use advantages? Is this an appropriate time to use an advantage?
Advantage is any time that you would go to spend hero points just happen, right? So
Okay.
if it requires you to spend a hero point, usually a trigger has a key to things like when you do this. What advantage would you like to use in this case?
Because of my plan is to basically bull rush in to help the captain with the overwhelming odds, I was hoping to be able to activate the large advantage that I have, which basically lets me, because of my size, take actions as though I'm not negatively affected. So like, for example, the guy that's on my back stabbing me because I'm such a large guy wouldn't negatively affect my ability to just bull rush into the combat still, sort of a thing.
Yeah, okay, so it
taking
says,
him for a ride with me, you know?
okay, so this one actually doesn't require a hero point. It just says gain 1 bonus dice to any risk that is easier than your size, which in this case is completely accurate. Because we've already rolled, what I'm willing to bet is we can immediately obliviate the sails as a trade-off, right? You know, because you could have easily made a set with that other die. But next time we'll just add the dice in. So basically, you can instead spend your 2 raises to avoid both points of damage. How about that?
Sure. I'll avoid the damage.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Okay, so basically the sails come down, but you're so big that you just rip through them as the guy like jumps on you, and you just grab his head and throw him right as he goes like pinwheeling into a volley of bodies. The other guy next to you tries to stab you. You grab his hand and you bend it upwards. Do you say something smart at this point, or you just keep going?
Siegert isn't incredibly witty.
Mm-hmm.
He thinks he is, but he really isn't. So about the wittiest comment that he could make is just giving him that like look where he's just like, nope, not gonna happen.
You're like,
kind of a,
nope.
yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Okay.
So,
Okay, so because you have spent your 3 raises, a total 3 raises, you are now at 0 raises. So you are out of raises and can no longer perform any actions later in the round. Maximillian, you are going to defend people. It's 1 raise is all you're required to successfully kick barrels in the ways of people trying to assault Lucia from her flanks. During that sort of thing, though, because you are not paying attention, you're not swinging wildly because you are a swordsman. But you are exposed from many angles. So you go to parry, you thrust, you duck. A sneaky sword rushes in on the side of your flank, threatening to do 2 points of damage too. Other than that, you also have an opportunity to provide Lucia with negating a consequence from her damage. If you wish to take advantage of that opportunity, you may spend a raise.
Okay. So it was 1 raise for successfully defending, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
1 raise to resist
1 point of damage. Okay.
Okay. And I will spend a raise to assist Lucia.
Okay. So basically you parry one, and the guy retreats and slashes in and kind of nicks your leg. Now at this point you take 1 point of damage. That is a flesh wound. On your spiral track, you have 2 types of damage. You have flesh wounds and dramatic wounds. Flesh wounds will go away at the end of the scene. Only dramatic wounds last until the end of the episode, or the game session. They could be alleviated in various ways, but like healing and stuff, but those things may take time. It is worth noting that guns always do at least one dramatic wound. So guns are dangerous, but they take forever to reload, right? Your opportunity that you create for is you kick a barrel over and it goes barreling over to 3 individuals who are attempting to leap over the mast and attack her from above, right? So you end up basically, the barrel goes bouncing around down. They land, they run into it, spill over as the rest of the other members of the crew basically seize advantage of their momentary weakness and stab them. We're going to go now to Lucia. Lucia, 3 individuals approach up to you. You're wielding your blade. What do you decide to do?
What is there around me? Is there anything immediately around me? Like a mast, any solid object, anything like that?
There's always a mast.
Okay, so I'm going to cut the rope on the mast that's behind me and hope that it swings around. To swing around and block at least some of their incoming flurries.
Are you trying to take them out?
If possible.
Okay. So because they're brutes and they're disposable, all is needed is 1 raise to take out 1 brute. There's 2 brutes in this instance, so you can spend 1 raise per thing, and you can spend 1 for the opportunity that you've decided to create for yourself, which will allow you in the next round to gain a 1 die advantage, we'll say, as you're swinging around. Generally, you've elevated your position.
Yeah. Okay, so I'll do that. I'll spend 1 raise for 1 brute, and then how many more raises? Because I only have 2 raises.
2 raise, so 1 raise for the opportunity. That would be a total of 3. So you can do, because you rolled 2, right?
I'll only get rid of 1 brute.
Okay, so you get 1 route. So you go, basically, you slash the rope, you go spinning around, you take a swipe at him. He tries to block, but you're coming at him from an unexpected angle, and he takes a slash across the face and spills over the side of the ship. The other one, a little bit smarter, this one, like ducks, as you try to kick at them, but, unsuccessfully. So now that all the people are out of raises, the brutes are going to get their chance to attack. Now, brutes are brutes. They're just goons. They're disposable. So they always act last unless I have an action that they wish to perform at the rating level that I want, which in this case is only 1. So at 1 raise, I would act if they want to do an action, right? Brutes are disposable. So taking out the number of brutes isn't necessarily the goal of an action sequence. An action sequence is about action, not about combat, as weird as that sounds. So the 1 brute on you will do 1 damage. So you take 1 flesh wound. Right? Because Siegert has pushed in a little farther, he's facing a squad of 3 brutes. Right? So he would take 3 damage. Right, at the end of the turn. And Maximillian, who is defending, right, basically, he's only facing a squad of 3. So he would take 3 damage. Now keep in mind, flesh wounds come and go. Right, so it's just a flesh wound. It seems like damage, like, oh my god. And actually, taking a little bit of damage is a good thing. Because when you first reach your first rank, you get a benefit. It's on your sheet.
Plus 1 die to all risks.
Plus 1 die to all risks. Yeah, there you go. Okay, so we're gonna start a new round here. Siegert at the beginning of the round is more forward to the ship. So at this round, you could either choose to engage the brute squad that you're enmeshed in, or go and help the captain. Maximillian, you're at the kind of the farther back of the ship. So you're facing the squad of 3. And at the rear of the ship, you're more closer to where the people are screaming to cut the ropes of the ship off and try to free the ship from its engagement. And Lucia, you kind of, because of your swinging, are kind of in the center of the ship. So you're kind of dealing with 2 squads now. One level 1, the lonely brute that you missed, and a squad of 3 that are basically trying to seize opportunity of an attack you while swinging. So first we're going to choose your approach. Lucia, what are you going to do for this round?
am going to try to. I swung into the center. I'm going to try to swing closer towards the captain so I can help Siegert and the captain.
Okay, so you're going to choose to do like an athletics approach.
Yikes, never mind. Can I pull a pistol? Is that possible?
Well, you can always choose to do something that you don't have a skill in. It's just going to cost you an extra raise depending on the approach that you take. So,
well, I have aim. I have aim as a skill. I don't know what that.
Yeah, aim is for pistols and guns and things, those sorts of things.
Okay, I don't know if I have a. How do I know if I have a skill in pistols?
That's aim.
Oh, okay. So yeah, I have skill dots in it. So I want to do that. I want to pull out a pistol.
Remember, this is a mode. Skills are not less things that you deal with a specific task in hand, but more a mode that you're entering in for the round. So even though you have aim, right, you could still try to use aim to swing across. It's just going to cost you one extra raise because it's out of your approach, right? Because if you choose aim and your approach is really athletics, right, then it would cost you one extra. And it would cost you one extra because you're unskilled in athletics.
Okay.
Right? So you can use aim. It's just costly. I mean, and...
I'm going to get down and run towards the captain then.
Okay, so what is your approach? What skill are you using for...
Is, I guess it's going to have to be athletics. It's going to cost me an extra raise.
What skill are you using to roll with, though?
Weaponry?
Okay.
Okay.
So, okay, we're going to go ahead and because it's, we're going to say, again, it's going to be finesse because you're just kind of trying to outright pitch. You know, we'll use normal finesse plus weaponry. Plus your one die because the opportunity you created for yourself, an opportunity that was created for you previously.
Okay. I got 2 raises and a stray.
Okay. Siegert, what is your approach? What skill would you like to use as your approach?
I'm probably going to use Brawl again. I do have a quick clarifying question.
Sure.
So the damage that I resisted during my last turn, you had said that there was a brute squad attacking me. Is that brute squad doing damage to me in addition to the 2 damage that I resisted?
It's a big, thick melee. So moving across was more of the people in this case are also a hazard because there's just like people fighting people. The brute squads themselves, which I didn't describe, right? I probably should have described which ones there were. Are the ones that are standing directly in your path now.
Quick, so how many flesh wounds was that? Because I didn't mark them down until I got this clarification. From the brute squad last turn or whatever?
We'll say because I did stack, we'll just say it was 2.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, so yes, I'm going to use Brawl as an approach, and as I said, my plan is to charge into the melee, basically, whether it's like clothesline sort of things to knock people down, or I'm just grabbing them and lifting them up in order to help deal with the outnumbered captain.
Sure, okay. And Maximillian? What is your approach for them?
It is time to engage. I am going to switch from a more defensive fencing to a much more offensive and try to bring down these 3 brutes that are that are threatening me. Saber going wild. So weaponry. It'll be the first time I'm using weaponry this scene, so...
Yep. So you do get a bonus die for flair.
I also get for sea legs and fencer.
Okay. Wow, get a lot of dice. There you go. Okay, while Maximillian is rolling, we're going to go back to Lucia. How many raises did you... You got 2? Okay.
Yeah.
And for Siegert?
Come back to me. I didn't know I should have rolled already. I was sort of waiting
It's
for
fine.
that. So
Yeah.
come back.
And Maximillian, how much did you roll with your big pool there?
4 raises and 1 left over.
My God, man.
I also got 4 raises with 2 leftover dice.
Wow. Okay. So we'll once again begin with Siegert. So Siegert is going in to attack brutes. What would you like to do? Now remember, like your dice, your raises here are your action, your specific actions. The consequences that you will have to avoid will, other than the brutes, right at the end of the turn, which you don't spend raises for, or you can spend raises to knock out the brutes. There's errant gunfire and things like that that are kind of around, so you may have to dodge a bullet or two, and that will be a raise to avoid. And if you want to continue pressing forward, that will be get up to the captain himself. That will be a raise.
Okay. I will spend 1 of my raises to get to the captain. I will spend. You had said 1 to engage the brutes.
Yes, one per
one.
brute.
How many brutes are there?
There's 3.
3.
3 in front of you.
Okay. I will spend 1 to engage one to engage another, and then keep an extra raise like in my back pocket should I need it.
Okay. You go bowling forward, and it's worth noting that when it comes to your raises, you usually only get 1 action, but because this action was combined, you're paving your way through them. Allowed you to combine attacking the brutes and going forward, because they're both intertwined in this case. So you go bowling forward, knocking one guy out, reaching up and grabbing one guy by the neck and tossing him out of the side. The other guy just stands there like, what the hell am I gonna do? Right, as you thunk, 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 up to the captain, where the captain is engaged with it looks like 6 individuals. The captain seems like a pretty competent swordsman, but he's definitely heavily outnumbered. So we'll go to Maximillian.
I'm gonna spend 3 raises to take out the brutes that I'm engaged with. And I have a leftover raise. I don't know where. Would I be able to, with that leftover raise, go and spin and start cutting at the ropes that are linking our ships?
As an opportunity, I will allow that.
Okay, so 3 raises on bringing down the brutes, and then once they're clear, I'll use my last to spin and swipe at the rope.
Okay, so your thin and agile blade slashes out very quickly, defeating the insignificant defense of the opponents in front of you. A quick slice, slash, and stab, and the 3 brutes kind of fall down almost in unison as you use the return swing of your blade to kind of slash at one of the ropes of the grappling hooks, freeing it. Because this is one step of opportunity, one risk. In order to completely free the ship, there will need to be 4 raises in total spent either through opportunities or actions to completely free the ship. So now we're going to go to Lucia. Wanted to run across, so you were using your weaponry to kind of go across. How you do this?
I am hacking and slashing my way through the crowd to get to the captain.
Okay. So because this is out of approach, right? Because you're to just simply run is normally athletics, but because you're using weaponry, it's called out of approach. So that's going to cost you 1 extra race.
Okay.
Right, so it's 2 races so far. And you said you didn't have athletics?
Right.
Okay, so I believe now, let me just double check one quick thing that might be in your benefit. Okay, never mind. I was determining whether or not hero points can be spent before or after. But in this case, because it is out of approach, I will allow a substitution of a hero point spent in the substitute or a raise. Because it's, the first time doing the system and things like that, and you're a hero, so you should be able to run across the thing.
Okay, I'll do that.
Okay, so you basically use your blade with a terrifying manner to try to parry slash, make it look like your skill level is much more than it is. Although you are still pretty proficient with a blade, you're not like you know what you're doing a little bit, right? As you parry and slash and give them the knowing dangerous glare that your former profession has given you, like the ability to do. And the people sort of part way as you're kind of able to wind your way through and duck and a dodge and get your way to the back where the captain is. So we're going to be in another round now, as basically the beginning of this round, you see basically the captain engaged in the cannons now are flaring, the storm is starting to set in, and the seas are starting to buck and broil with the ship. Maximillian, you notice off to your side, just past the to where the door goes into the ship below, the small figure of the bookkeeper or the messenger that you were tasked with protecting, running up and looking back behind him as 3 figures approach him. One is like, "We came for you," and the other one's like, "Arr!" right, as like moral support. So you're tasked now with 1 or 2 options. You can you see the boarding action that's going on behind that you could free, or also the courier. That being said, we begin the next round. Back with Lucia. What is your approach? How would you like to approach this round?
Weaponry this round.
Okay.
And attack the surrounding brutes around the captain.
Okay. And Siegert.
This is a question more for Vince's character. Would he make that knowledge public to the rest of the group, in a sense? Like, would he be like, "The messenger," anything like that?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Okay, right. So then why don't we have Vince go first, and then based on that, Siegert will... I'll figure out what I'm doing with Siegert, right?
Sorry, I was muted there. This is just the approach for the round. So it's just the skill that you're going to generally be attempting to use during this round, or the general way you're going to tackle the problems for this round. So sure. The speaking isn't necessarily in and of itself going to take a skill. Or a raise. I'll just allow you to shout and say things, but we can also determine how Maximilian's going to approach this round first. So Max, go ahead and give us your approach.
Who's close? Am I closest to the messenger right now?
Yes, you could definitely intercept him. You definitely are within space to intercept him.
Okay. Then what I'm going to do is I'll run and leap to try and get between the messenger and the pirates that are charging towards him and just engage and begin.
So you're using
my,
weaponry,
fencing routine.
or you're using?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
okay. And Siegert, what skill would you like to use for your approach?
I'm debating between brawl or athletics, depending upon what I end up doing. That's why I was wanting to check in with Vince, because I wanted to see if he was like, help the messenger or something, because I could very easily see athletics being the thing, because I would like run and try to jump over the banister onto the guys or something. Whereas like, if that's not the case, then probably continuing with brawl to engage the other combatants, right?
Did Maximillian shout out? I kind of assume that you would, but I never actually asked you.
Yes.
Okay, so you do like, hey, like what's going on.
Yeah,
so you do give out a
definitely
shout,
would have.
which Siegert does hear over the din of battle fire and, pirates and sailors basically having it out on the deck of the Bright Blade. So you do hear it, Siegert.
So then, yeah, Siegert, my approach, depending upon what you think, Siegert is planning to basically run and just dive over. You know how there's those banisters up where the helm is? And you had said they'd come out of the doorway underneath. So Sigurt's plan would be to run and just dive off of it onto the pirates chasing the messenger below, kind of a thing.
Okay. That sounds like more of an athletics approach. You can still use athletics to take out brutes. You don't have to use a weapon skill. Like skills are very flexible in this, right? So we're gonna go ahead and say that is again brawn and athletics for Maximillian, because you're just gonna have at it. That's finesse and weaponry, and Lucia was going to attack the brutes, so that's also a finesse and weaponry. So go ahead and give us a rolls. Now this is the first time you've used athletics, right, Siegert? So you would gain a 1 die because of flare. And don't forget to, because you're large, don't forget to add that die as well.
Yeah, I added that to the last roll. That's why I was able to get so many raises, was because I have a 4 brawn and a 3 brawl and then +1, so I'm rolling 8 dice.
Yeah, you just own shit.
Yeah. Is this more of a brawn?
I would say it's brawn, because you're, even though, well, I mean, like, I guess
just sort of cannonballing at them. It's not not really a graceful action. It's more like just a cannonball, kind of a thing.
You could explain it. I would say brawn, because it's kind of flary, you're kind of just like leaping and it's very intimidating and that kind of stuff. It could be, you could use panache for that. I would say that's okay. But more or less I'd probably say brawn, because you're just kind of imposing yourself in a very interesting way.
I'm hurling my body at these other bodies. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Yeah. So we're gonna go back to Lucia. What did we roll? 3 raises.
3 raises.
Okay. Danny Hanger?
No dice.
No dice? Okay. I gotta remind myself to ask about that, because it's the only way I can. It's one of the only ways I can gain danger. One of the main ways I gain danger points. Siegert.
I once again have a total of 4 raises with 1 hanging dice.
Crazy. Okay. Maximillian.
4 raises, 0 hanging.
Okay. So,
Don't forget to ask about the hero point. Don't forget to ask about the hero point for Michael. If you want the danger point or the hero point.
Oh yeah.
You want that tasty hero point?
I want the tasty hero point. I'll take that. I'll buy that off of you.
Sure, yeah.
I'm stacking these pulls for later scenes. I'm just letting you know. I got nice 9 dice. That's the problem with me, is like spending my danger point. I have to do so regularly. But it's so mean when I do. Anyway. So we're going to start with Max first, because Max was the beginning of the order this time. So Max, you have the 3 brutes that you're taking on, right? You're defending yourself against. You have errant gunfire, which you'll have to dodge this round, to the tune of two flesh wounds, because gunfire is getting more heated and focused. You could also potentially create an opportunity to try to protect the person a little better, or you could spend an opportunity to only slash one of the grappling hooks. Words. I promise they work for me.
Okay. So I'm taking 2 wound from gunfire, you said?
Yeah, there's errant gunfire that's like happening all around you. It's just flesh wounds. It's not dramatic wounds. It's like no, I wouldn't do that to you. It's just errant, like gunfire, gunshots that they're not completely, because they're not being directed at you. It's just flesh wounds.
Okay.
I should have been more specific on that.
I will dodge. I'm going to dodge out of the. I'm going to kind of make sure I'm moving and not an easy target, and shifting around, and I will reduce that to 1 flesh wound, which does take me up to 5. And then I will use. I'm going to use 1 raise to stab and bring down one of the brutes, and then I will use my other 2. I can help Siegert defend with, right? I can give him an assist, right?
Yeah, sure, I could say that. That'd be fine. You could spend a raise to give him assist, or you could spend a hero point on your because we haven't gotten to his round yet. You could spend a hero point to give him more dice, too.
Okay, I will do that and take out 2. Okay, so I'm going to spend a hero dice, give him, or a hero point and give him dice.
Okay.
And then I will spend 2 raises to bring down brutes.
Okay.
2 of the brutes, and then my last raise I will use to slash at the grappling hooks.
Okay, so there's 2 grappling hooks down out of the 4. Siegert, go ahead and roll 3 dice for me. Do you remember what the hanger dice was? Normally this takes place before the roll, but again, it's an intro game, so
it was a 3.
Okay, so go ahead.
The hanger was a 3.
Go ahead and roll 3 more dice for me.
Okay. I rolled a 2 1s and an 8.
And does that generate any more raises for you?
Can I only add 2 dice together? Can I add more than 1 dice? Or more than 2 dice?
You can add more than 2 dice, yes. As long as it's...
So I rolled 2 1s. I'm going to add those 1s to the 8 to generate another raise.
Cool. Okay. So you managed to get your squirrel out 1 more raise, right? Is that correct? You're sorry, 5 raises technically?
Yeah.
Okay. And no hanger dice?
Or if I still had the 3, I could have used the 3 for the 8 to gain a raise, and then I would have had 2 hanging dice. But I'm just gonna go 2 1s into the 8 and say that we still exchange the 1 dice.
That's cool. Things are gonna be a little messy. It's the first time I've really first time I'm running the system. Obviously,
totally fine.
So I'm willing to be messy with it. It's okay. Whatever gets us through. So, okay, yeah, you take out 2 guys, you slash 1 in the leg, he, grabs himself, and then while the other one's, looks down, he's like, oh! And then you stab him in the eye, right, as he goes back, he's like, ah, my other eye! As you see a wooden eye pop out the other side of his other face, right? And then slash the second ropes, another string of ropes that are basically of grappling hooks that are round and round. The courier ends up basically going through the door on. Actually, I should probably roll him. Actually, I'll do him at the end of the round. So you're at 5. Let's go, Siegert. Siegert, what you doing? Whole lot of 5s over
So
there.
as I said, Siegert is running. Like he had engaged in the brawl and taken out a few of the henchmen. He sees. Okay, remind me of the names again, because some of them. Okay, so Angela is portraying
Lucia.
Okay, and then Vince is portraying
Maximillian.
Sorry, I need to write these down so I can just start using these names.
New characters. We're just used to using the same characters every week.
Yeah, right. Okay, so Siegert sees that Lucia has jumped into the tussle. So obviously, you know, she's good with a blade. She's got this handled. So Siegert goes running over the banister, having heard what Maximillian said, seeing the people below, diving over onto the 2 pirates is what was the plan. So I don't know if I need to do a raise to do the diving attack, but I'll spend 2 raises to attack the brutes, because you had said there were 2 of them.
To launch yourself with the momentum, you will need to spend a raise to do that. The
Yeah,
brutes
let's
are
do
the brutes are the other thing you can take down that can go into that action, right? So
Yeah, because it's what, 2 of them you said chasing the messenger.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll spend 3 raises in total, launching over the thing, landing on the 2 brutes. We'll say that he like dives and like tackles them down to the ground and sort of, I don't want to say like not kills them, but you know, definitely like slams them down to where the wind's knocked out of them. He's sort of laying on them, you know, kind of a thing.
So the camera shifts to slow motion as Maximilian yells out, and you know, Siegert looks over, you know, staring over the distance from his vantage point. He takes 1 step, 2 steps. He jumps up onto the banister, launches himself as the camera looking down over his shadow, pouring over the crowd of people. Right, and then lands on the brutes, like buckling them. A guy writes like, "Oh hell no, I'm not doing this!" And like turns around and jumps across over to the other ship in fear. Right, you hear bone cracks and you know, like grunts of pain coming from the brutes that you have like promptly squished with your mass. That leaves us. So that was how many luxuries did I leave you with? That leaves you 2, correct? Okay. So we're gonna go back to Lucia, who I believe is at 2 now.
I'm at 3.
Oh, you're at 3, so you're the next in order.
Yeah. So I am going to go back to back with the captain and start hacking and slashing.
Okay. So there are 5 brutes and 1 henchman. Right, the henchman is an individual person, so 1 raise will not take him out. He's just basically a level up goon, basically. Yeah, he gets his own summit stats and stuff.
So 2 raises.
So you can do for each raise, you could either attack, well, not attack, but you can either engage the brutes or the henchmen.
I'm gonna use the henchman.
Okay, so you're gonna go after the henchmen. And basically, the way attacks against individuals work is you simply spend the raises that you want for your attack. You only get 1 attack. You can spend more than 1 raise in that attack. And in order to deflect the damage, the opponent has to use his raises to deflect. It's pretty simple. But I want to note for the audience that there is not an attack or a dodge. Lucia will describe for us now how she is attacking, and just maybe in a vague sense of way, but generally give us a narrative description of what she's doing.
So what I'm gonna do is try to ascertain which one the henchman is as I'm fighting. Once I realize who that is, I'll engage him on a one-on-one sword battle.
Okay. So you square off, right? You square off with the henchman, and you're like, "Hey," or get his attention because he's obviously engaged with the captain, right? You flash your blade up. He looks at you and gives you a grin, and he's like, "Oh, we're gonna have fun here." And he goes to stab forward as you deflect his blades very easily. How many? And you spend 2 raises, you said, to do 2 damage. 3. Oh, you spend all 3. So you deflect his blades down, up, and then go for a stab, dealing 3 damage to him. right? As he steps back and he gives you a second look and he's like, oh, this is not going to be so easy. So now we're going to go to, that was at 3, 2 for Siegert.
Okay. So I've taken out the 2 brutes chasing the messenger.
Yeah.
And the messenger is going back into the room, you said?
Yes. Now, mind you, there's fighting on all the decks now, like because people are crossing over, and there's gangplanks being mushered across big cannon holes in the hull, where planks are being crushed off, and pirates are trying to get across there now. The engagement is pretty much all over the ship, on both ships.
Siegert is gonna pick up the messenger and be like, "You're staying with me, buddy."
Okay.
And then he's just going to start fighting people away, like kick a guy, and then push a guy over here, like 2 people fighting, a friendly person. He's gonna like slam the other guy's head into a thing, just generally trying to help his friends, right?
Okay, we'll say that's a special kind because of the brutes that you were currently engaged with, were eliminated. We'll say that this will create an opportunity that will basically alleviate some of the minor deflection damage while one of your other opponents, while one of your other allies is doing something. So the gunfire and things like that. It's because you're just kind of making space and keeping people from getting on you. However, because you are quite large and you did just jump across the ship in a very heroic fashion, you have caught some attention. So maybe next round we'll be dealing with some brutes with you. But for right now, yeah. So you pick them up and you're...
The intention is above everything else to protect the messenger.
Yeah.
That's Siegert's.
Yeah, your action you have him picked up so they
Yeah.
cannot attack him directly while you're holding him,
perfect.
essentially. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and choose our approach for our next round. Lucia?
Weaponry. I'm gonna keep attacking the henchmen.
And Siegert.
I'm going to use, if you allow it, I don't know if it applies, I'm going to use warfare to try and understand how we can like start to end the conflict, right?
Yeah.
Like what do we need to do to not just have this go on until everybody's dead, right?
Yeah.
Because who knows how long that'll be. What can we do? What's a shortcut to deal with some of whatever,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's perfect. That's all right. So Maximillian.
I'm going to hop up and run along the banister, the side of the ship, and just start hacking at ropes and kicking at gangplanks and whatever I can do to
Sure.
remove it. So I'm gonna probably go weaponry again.
Okay.
Or would you prefer something else, since I'm also trying to remove the gangplanks?
I would say it could be a brawn approach because you're using strength to cut the ropes in a very quick fashion, or you could spend panache because it's style. You're running along the gangplank, the railing of the ship, which is pretty stylish.
Yeah, I'll take panache.
Okay. It's before we go on, there is a brute squad approaching you at the beginning of the thing, Siegert. I just want to do you want to change the way your approach is based on that? Right, you can still deal with them with using warfare. It would just cost you an extra raise to do so.
What happens to our leftover raises from the previous approach?
The raises at the end of the round when everybody, if you basically it goes around as the raises get lower and lower. If you go down to 1, then you have no more, and you choose not to use it, because you can do that. Then the raise just goes away at the end of the round when everybody has.
So could I have then said that I used warfare with those previous raises that were left over, and
yeah, that's fine.
Is that how that would have worked, or
yeah, that's fine.
So I can swap my approach based on my turn.
We'll go ahead and redo. Yeah, we'll redo it.
Okay.
Go ahead and change your approach.
I wasn't sure.
Yeah. I need to get into the rhythm of explaining what's going on before each round because things go really quickly in this game, right? Siegert.
So with that, then what you're saying is that just to clarify, that each new round we choose an approach.
Yes.
And that's the approach for the entire round, no matter what happens in it.
Yes.
Okay, so I can't change my approach to warfare for those remaining raises left over.
It would cost you 1 extra raise because it's out of
in order
approach.
to do it. Okay,
that makes sense.
So then, yeah, I'll use my 2 remaining raises, if that's fine.
Yeah.
To have done the sort of warfare thing at the end of the last round.
Sure.
As sort of a thinking ahead, like, what do I need to do, right? And then most likely because of being approached by the brutes in this new round, I will take probably a brawl approach, right?
Okay. So what you need to do, because the ships have separated, because he took out the last 2 moorings that need to be taken out, is simply the remaining challenges on the deck that are pertinent to the battle is taking out the leader of the boarding party, the one who basically the leader and the brutes, and maybe saving the captain, because there is no leader on their ship. It seems they're just like more or less because the boarding action is losing, so you have to basically fight your way past the brutes to get to the henchman and fight and kill him or assist Lucia in doing so. That's the only tactical thing, because once the henchman's gone, the captain can rally the ship and navigate them out of the... Because it also seems like the opponent's ship, the pirate ship, has taken a lot of damage.
So basically, dispatching our opposition is the best way
Dispatching
forward.
the henchman in specific.
The henchman.
Yeah,
Okay,
the guy at the top. The guy, you see, like, everybody's kind of taking cues from that guy up there. The brutes are kind of, there's a lot of melee. But the main challenge of detaching the ship has been completed. Right, so the only thing left is the henchman. So with that, your new approach was rolls, raise-wise?
Yeah, it'll be brawl then. Yeah. Basically, continuing to defend the messenger and continuing to try and assist towards the goal of dispatching the opposition, right?
Okay, so you're going to be like
Clearing
fighting
a path in a sense, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so you do have 5 brutes that are on that were approaching at the beginning of the round too. So like to deal with. Okay, so the roll. Lucia.
Yeah.
How's your approach?
My approach
Was weaponry, right?
Was weaponry, yes.
And what did you roll raise-wise?
2 raises and 1 left over.
Okay. And Siegert, your raises? You're getting a little mixed up here. I'm just trying to reset things and reassess what the raises are. Four. Okay. So you have the 5 brutes in front of you. Right? And the distance to wind your way back. You already considered protecting the person because you're carrying. It's assuming that you're carrying him and protecting him until somebody spends a raise to try to stop that, to counter that. We're gonna say that he'll be protected. As far as the errant, there's still some errant gunfire and things like that, but it doesn't seem to be targeting you necessarily because it's now targeting the rest of the ship because, you had basically frightened off most of the people in your immediate vicinity. And other than that, I can't really think of any other consequences. So what do you wish to do?
A quick thing. I have a special advantage. Do I have to activate that? What it says is, when I make a risk using athletics, warfare, or ride, all of my dice gain +1 to their value.
That just happens.
Okay, so it's just for that one action, though? Or is it for all
For that
actions?
risk. Whenever you're making the
cool.
roll, that's a risk. So you would apply that to
cool.
any risk involving those approaches.
Very cool. Okay. So, yeah, I'm going to spend my 4 raises to deal with 4 of the brutes.
Okay. And how do you deal with the brutes? You just like knocking them down and kicking them?
So he's got the messenger up on his shoulder, and as the 5 brutes come at him, he's gonna pick up like a barrel or something, you know, and toss it at one guy, grab a piece of rope and tie it around 2 of them, and then, you know, push them off the side so they're like hanging from the rope. And then the 3rd guy, he's just gonna full on like look at him and then give him a swift upper kick to the, if you know what I'm saying,
the regions.
And, yeah,
the regions.
After he kicks him right in his jewels, he's just gonna look at him like, "Yep, that just happened." You know, as the guy's like, "Oh," you know, falling over, kind of a thing.
Okay. We're gonna go to Lucia now.
I am going to attack the henchman with both raises. So I'll parry and hack and slash at him.
Okay, so you parry the blade. You sweep underneath his feet. He dodges. You deflect his attack from up high, his attack from down low, and stab in. Dealing 2 damage. Okay.
2 damage.
Sorry. Okay. Forgot to roll for the henchman. Should probably roll. He has the stats. All right. Cool. Okay. So he will use 2 of his raises to defend. As now the look on his face seems to be very concerned. So that means you're out of raises. And does anybody else have any raises to spend? You do, Maximillian.
Yeah, I managed to get 4 raises, no leftovers.
Oh, okay.
For my panache.
Panachy thing.
Fancy feet kicking gangplanks and slicing.
Oh, okay, yeah.
2.
So you're spending the risks. What are you doing?
Well, as I said, I'm basically Maximillian will be running right along the edge of the ship, and any gangplank that still remains, he's just gonna shove with his foot, slice up the last 2. Correct?
Yeah, there's 2. And you're not taking any gunshots or anything like that because of Siegert actions in the previous round. Okay. However, there is the consequence, a very slippy consequence while you're doing that, of falling.
Okay.
Right. Which you'll have to spend a raise to avoid.
Okay. So, there's 1 raise, and then that leaves me with 3. So the 2 to cut up the.
Yes. 2 to cut each thing with your action.
And then I have a leftover, which I guess I will. Is there anything around me that I could throw to distract the henchman?
Oh, you want to create an opportunity for Lucia?
For Lucia,
absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah, you could throw a thing and one of the brutes basically could get distracted before they go to attack because they look like they're about ready to launch an attacker.
Perfect.
Absolutely. Okay. So we're going to you spend that last opportunity. The 4 brutes basically surrounding you, Lucia. Right at this point, because the henchman is retreats back, he's like, "Get him!" Right, and the 4 brutes, 4 of the brutes, one of them gets binged upside the head with the dagger narrowly avoids, and he's looking at me, he's like, "Oh my god!" Right, so he doesn't join in on that attack. The 4 brutes, though, with their knives and axes and cutlasses, come running in at the same time. Their blades coming from different directions, dealing damage to you. You take a cut along your leg, a stab in your shoulder. You narrowly dodge a strike that probably would have done much more damage, and get kind of dinged with one of the axe handles, right, as it comes right back. So you got kind of this now bloody gash going down, and a stab in your shoulder, but it's just flesh wounds. So you only take 4 damage. Siegert, there is one brute left on you, and you basically bring everybody around, and the smallest one, the shortest one, like ducks, and as his opponent, the rest of his buddies get like bowled over, takes out a dagger and stabs you in the foot. Right, so you take 1 flesh wound. Okay. So we are going to move to what it was presumably going to be our final approach. Now that the ship is freed and the henchman's loose, or the henchman's... Well, the henchman's probably like the only person really is going to receive the onslaught of our heroes. The gunfire has more or less died down as the pirate ship pulls away. The sail, the steady rocking of the uneven rocking of the ocean is kind of pitching the bright blade away, and you hear the captain now that he's no longer directly engaged and able to issue orders while he's fighting. He's like issuing orders to the rest of the crew, the ones that are surviving, to basically dispatch the rest of them and pitch away and try to get away from the ship as fast as possible. I'm gonna roll. Yes, Siegert.
I would like to basically echo what the captain just said, like in that way. Like for my action, I'm basically gonna be like, "You're the captain. The battle is ours." You know, like that sort of thing,
Yeah.
and get everyone like rallied and like that sort of thing.
Okay. So our approach. So you say that out. You can also like put risks in that to actually have an effect. Would you like to do that too?
Yeah.
Okay.
I want that to be my thing that I do this round.
Okay.
Right?
So Lucia, what's your approach?
There's the henchman still up, right?
You still have 5 henchmen, or 1 henchman and 5 brutes. Sorry, 5 henchmen.
Okay, I'm gonna keep going weaponry against the henchman.
Okay. And Siegert, you're gonna do some sort of vocal cheering thing. I would imagine that would be some sort of...
It's either a cheer to raise morale or it's an intimidation to scare our opposition.
Well, what you could do...
Your choice.
...is you can apply what's known as pressure. Pressure is a mechanic that when you spend a raise to do so, obviously you have to describe how you're putting pressure, whether it's a flurry of attacks on an opponent to defend themselves, a shout to try to raise morale, or simply intimidating somebody by showing off, by cutting an apple in half. Regardless of the skill, it's all the same effect. You spend a raise, and to say you're applying pressure, it's going to take your entire action to do, and so you're going to pass around until it gets back to the next set of raises, or not the round, but it's going to take an action to do, and if they try to do anything but use but a course of action or use a skill that that you are dictating, such as weaponry or tempt or whatever, they have to spend an extra raise. Once they have done so, the pressure's off, though. If that makes sense. Does that make sense? It's kind of a weird mechanic, but you're basically spending a raise to make them
sure.
spend more raises, or do an action that you want them to do. So for you, I would say that could be very easily, well, it's a social thing, so panache would be a perfect skill for it.
Okay.
And you can use warfare or convince.
I'm gonna use warfare.
Okay. So you're issuing a we have won victory, hurrah, huzzah! That kind of thing. That's kind of okay. So go ahead and give me that roll. Remember to add your +1 die because it's flair. Because you're rolling warfare for the first time. Maximillian. Most of the brutes have kind of squared out. You're on the side with the henchmen now. You have the ability to move up without spending an action to engage. And there's 5 brutes and 1 henchman.
Okay. And I can split my combat between the brutes and the henchmen, right? Like I can
You can only spend one action per round. The opportunities I've been creating for you have been like more or less side things. That's the reason why I've only allowed you to do like cut one rope, right, and that sort of stuff, or distract one guy. You know, like as a minor thing. But really, you can only do one action. So you can either engage the brutes or you can engage the henchmen.
Okay. I will engage the henchman then. In that case, so basically, Maximillian will run up. Saber and just go to just shank him in the back.
Okay.
And he goes, I'm not below attacking from behind, and he'll stab.
Okay.
Weaponry.
A little wordplay for you.
Yeah, a little wordplay. I like the little flair there. Go ahead and gain a hero point, by the way. Damn. I'm just rolling garbage with this guy. Okay, we're gonna go back to Lucia. What was your roll?
I didn't actually roll yet. Haha. Joke's on you. I got 2 raises and a spare die.
2 raises and a spare die. I will buy that die from you.
All right.
Okay, so how many raises did you get? 2. Okay. So we're gonna go around to who had the hold up your hands. How many raises each person had? 3, 2, 4. Okay. And okay, so we're gonna start with Maximillian. You go in to rush in to attack the henchman. You spend how many raises do you spend?
I technically, actually, because when using weaponry, I do have quick reflexes, which I can add an additional raise in an action. So I actually have 5.
5. Wow.
And I'm going to use 5 too.
Yeah. Okay. It's a game of swashbuckling, so like sword fighting is going to be obviously pretty awesome.
And I did come up and stab him.
Yeah, you did come. So basically, you come in with just finding the right moment as you come in. You with a very deft and skilled hand that is used to finding the weak points in people's defenses with alacrity. You lunge forward. I'm not afraid of attacking them. I'm coming from below, but I'm not above coming from behind, or I don't know how you said it, but you know, and you stab him, dealing 5 damage. He managed, one of the brutes kind of alerted him. You know, it's like, oh, look out. And he kind of tries to step aside very ineffectually, taking 3 damage.
I'm sorry. I did also have a remaining.
Did you have one remaining? Okay.
I do.
So the way that works is when it comes around to everybody gets 1 set of actions, and then we'll go to see everybody with raises still will get 1 set of actions, and then 1 set of actions until no one has any raises or they decide to not use them. Okay. Right. Okay. So we're going. Siegert had 3, and Lucia had 2. Correct? Yeah. Okay. So Siegert.
So Siegert gives his roar of, you know, the battle is ours. Cast him overboard. You know.
Okay.
That sort of thing.
Okay.
And yeah, and then he just continues. Basically, at this point, he's not focused on specifically like winning fights. He's just more focused on just throwing people overboard that are, you know, the opposition. So that like the remaining brute that's there, he's just gonna sort of toss him over the side, you know, like that sort of thing, right?
Yeah. So you're giving a cheer. It's like, we have won, victory, throw them overboard, and you kick one guy and he goes off into the side. You know, as you're kind of making your way across the deck. That only cost you 1 raise to do. That was your action, but it was 1 raise, and you're
And I'm
applying
gonna
pressure.
apply the pressure.
Yeah.
I'm gonna spend the raise for the applying the pressure.
And what is the course of action or the skill that you wish them to use on their when they get an available action?
Oh, to get rid of the pressure.
Well, okay. If they don't take, you either A, use the skill that you tell them to use, or B, take a specific course of action. Anything else will cost them extra raises. They can still choose to do
Convince.
it. Okay, so they have to convince you to surrender, like, yo, don't kill us, right?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Basically, they have to accept surrender, or
They start talking. Okay.
Yeah.
And anything else, if they want to keep fighting or do anything, it'll cost them extra raises, which is gonna suck for him in a second because he doesn't have any. Okay, so we're gonna lose you.
I'm using the henchman still up, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm using both raises to attack the henchman. I'm gonna try to wear him out.
Okay. He gets stabbed for Maximillian's blade. Now taking on 2. He's like, you find that his defense is pretty much gone as he's trying to reel and defend himself from now 3 sides essentially: the captain, you, and Maximillian, making him easy meat. You slash, you stab. You take, are you doing both raises into damage? Okay, so 2 damage, which you cannot defend.
Okay.
So he's just like, right, just taking damage. Or, taking his wounds, trying to recover and find a position. The rest of the, gets around to the captain, who has raises. He also takes advantage of the situation he's like, I'm gonna get off my ship, and he goes to slash. He deals about 3 damage to the henchman. The henchman looks very wounded now and very sore. The brutes, at the end of the round, decide like look back, look at the henchmen, and they raise their arms. They're like, don't kill us. We're just doing our jobs. Right? And the henchman's like, drops his sword as the cheer echoes across the ship. And it looks like the pirate attack has been fended off for the time. As you set the courier down, however, and everybody's exciting and celebrating, the courier Cesario looks at you and he's like, oh, thank you so much. Oh, they almost got it. I don't know what I would have done. We must get this delivered. And at that point, and I'm going to spend a danger die. One of the pirates that you had landed on, spits out blood, raises his head, cocks back a hammer. It's like, you'll die before you deliver that letter, and shoots him. Cesario takes the gunshot with his other surprise, blood splashes across her face, and he puts his hands to you, falling into your arms, Siegert, because you're very large arms, and he's like, deliver it, please. You're our only hope. And she dies, or he dies. So we're gonna conclude Act 1 of Episode 1. And you guys sail off. We go... The pirate ship, or the Brightblade, makes its amends and repairs as best it can. You have a letter in your hand. And you guys continue on your journey. When we... let's take a brief pause. And we'll come back. and rediscover what happens. The battle is done, and the winds from the storm have slowly rolled in and past the Bright Blade. As the crew of the Bright Blade picks up their wounded and their dead and goes about their business trying to make amends to the ship, you stand there on the soft rocking boat as the wind blows in from the Avalon Montaigne Strait, the north, and assess your situation. The courier, who you originally hired to protect, is dead at your feet, carrying only the satchel bag and the letter that he had come on board with, having no possessions. You assess. The captain looks at you and says, "Aye. We'll have to be performing funeral rites on that one. We don't want a dead one on vessel. Brings bad luck. The men won't like it. Stand for it." "Was he a good friend of yours?" He speaks to Lucia.
Not that close.
I see. Well, his effects are scavenger's rights. I have things to tend to. And the captain goes about his way. Oh, and thank you.
Of course.
And you hear him start barking orders. "You there, pull out the mizzenmast. You there, take that sail, clean it up, sew it. I want the shipwrights carpenters. I want this ship sailing forward." You know, and he starts basically haranguing the men who are very accustomed to being shouted at. Quickly get to work. So what do, Lucia? You see Siegert, by the way. He's standing in the center of the deck. Maximillian, you are standing right next to Lucia. So you as well, if you want to do something at this point.
So I'll look over to Maximillian. Thank you.
Oh, no problem.
And I'll look over at Siegert. Is he close to me?
He's within walking distance.
Okay. I'll walk over to Siegert.
Siegert is standing over the courier, like, obvious somber tones in his face, slumped expression. Siegert holds up his hands to anybody that might be eyeballing the effects of the courier, and he's like, "No one touches his things. He'll be buried with them."
One of the sailors is like, "Hey, it's all right. We know why. He looked like a scholarly one anyway. I have no need for books." He continues on. He's like, "Fucking dude. We're giving you a faint sign of a wide berth out of respect for your size."
Siegert will look over to Lucio and see that she's, sort of approached him.
I'm sorry.
He was a good mailman. Did his job. He held letters in that satchel of his. And Siegert starts crying and just puts his face leaning over on Lucio's shoulder.
Yes.
Maximillian will approach and sort of glance at Siegert and says, "My friend, he takes his saber and sort of tries to subtly wipe the blade off on the coat of the messenger and then return it to the scabbard."
Siegert looks back over, not noticing that Maximillian does that. And he's just like, he's just got so much blood on him. Look at it. It's everywhere.
Are you still clinging to the letter, or that he thrust in your hand as he was dying?
Yeah. I'll hand it to Lucio. I'll hold it up, gaining a moment, like wiping away tear. He gave this to me. I can read. I can read.
Did he say who's it from? I'll look at it. And I'm not opening it, but I'm looking at it.
On the front of it is a flower. It's a really nice envelope. It looks fairly expensive, or it's not like your standard paper that you would buy off of a normal merchant. It says, "To my dearest Marie Helene," and it has a symbol, a wax symbol of the Vatican cross. For those of you who have never heard of that name before, the Vatican Church is the religion, and it's sort of like the amalgam of the Vatican Church with slightly different beliefs, having a more focused emphasis on knowledge and understanding and wisdom than necessarily faith or sacrament.
Marie, we're gonna have to find this person and give them this letter.
It was his dying wish.
Lucia. Now, normally, I'm going to spend a danger point because I'm doing damage to you in a way, or invoking something that can have a consequence.
You're gonna make me open that letter, aren't you?
No, I'm going to look at you. Well, one, I'm going to remind you of your quirk, which you can gain hero points for, without giving me anything, by the way. But first, you, upon grabbing the letter, a flash comes to you. You see black strands erupting out and casting themselves in the far distant horizon towards your destination. You see a strand of hope also attached to it. This letter has tied to a moment that involves danger or salvation. For doing that, however, because I have activated it, or because it is involving your ability to ken the destinies of others around you and the fates, you will take one lash. As you have the letter in your hand, you recoil. Now, you have two options with this. You can either A, take straight flesh wounds, which will last until the end of the scene, which will only be one in this case because you only have one lash to alleviate the lash. Or two, you will look up sorcery. Basically, next time you go to roll a risk, something bad happens, and you're not able to spend hero points, I believe. First time using Sorte, so. This is, for those of you watching, this is, Lucia Romano is, a fate witch, or she's a practitioner of Sorte Strega, the ability to manipulate the fates of others. And see the fates of others. Let me go look up the rule real quick while, you make your decision.
You want me to read it?
Oh yeah, sure. You got it on your sheet.
Yeah, second, she can choose to pay in misfortune. To remove a single lash, the Strega continues to add 1 danger point for each lash the Strega has. For example, a Strega with 4 lashes can add 4 danger points, which are immediately added to the GM's pool of danger points. Now she has 3 lashes. So I can choose to add a danger point.
In other words, you can just give me the danger point that I spent back.
Okay. I will take it in wounds.
Okay. So your hand recoils with the letter in it. Siegert and Maximillian, we'll find out in a minute if this is something that you know about Lucia, but you see her hand recoil as a brand like marks itself in her hands as though a rope burn had been struck across it, but you do see no rope. Is this something that they are aware of with you?
Probably.
So you are aware that she is Sorte Strega, and she comes from the land of Vidace, which is a land of scheming villains, merchants, and ambitious people, and also prideful people in their own thing. It's sort of the amalgam to 17th century Italy, right? Or the Borgia's era of Italy. Sorte Strega are feared, and for, well, one, the lack of knowledge about them, but also the ability to manipulate the destinies of others. I will hand it back to you, by the way, Lucia.
I will. So did I noticed the recoil, correct?
Absolutely. It is very visible to you.
And I'm fully aware of her abilities, at least to the extent that a guy like Maximillian would be. Okay, so he'll look over at Lucia and be like, so what did you see?
I guess it's taking me directly to my goal. And the goal is going to be victorious or devastating.
I will then glance around to see if any of the superstitious sailors are paying any attention.
More or less note, they're leaving you to your own devices right now because they are busy. Of course, there's the ship is heavily damaged in the pirate attack, and as a consequence, they are very busy patching holes and bringing up the mast again and in the sails and things like that.
You saw something from your paper cut?
I did. It hurt a little bit.
Paper cuts. What did you see?
I saw the road that we were supposed to take and where we need to go to deliver this letter. It's okay.
Siegert is like looking around, like not understanding. Like he thinks he understands, but he's not sure. We have to find a road.
Yes.
So definitely not on the ocean. Somewhere on land.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Metaphorical road.
Oh! I'm good at metaphors.
The captain comes up to you and says, "We'll be underway shortly. I expect that we'll reach our destination in only a day or two. What would you like to do with your friend here? I mean, is there a particular faith that he should be? Well, we don't have any priests, but I think we have a Bible sitting around somewhere.
I'll do the rites.
Okay.
Okay.
He's to be buried with his effects. Do you want me to see to his wrapping and everything, or?
Yes, please.
We're gonna keep his satchel bag and stuff to remember him by, but he can be buried with his clothes and things on him.
Okay. I think we can patch that little hole for him, his body. He should go to rest. Every person should go to rest dressed as best as they can be. Anyway, I'll see to you over there. See the body. And then two sailors come over and they pull generally like making sure, like looking at you, having heard the exchange you had earlier with the sailors, and they're like moving the satchel over, like, your hands are here. And then they
Siegert will take the satchel and hand it to whoever has the letter.
You pick up the satchel, and out of it falls a book, a very large book with a silver binding, and a gold embossed symbol on the front of it. The book reads. Does Siegert read?
He did say he reads.
He does read. Okay. He does read.
I don't know if he reads in any other language other than Eisen, but
He's just very grief-stricken right now.
On the front of the book, the symbol embossed is of a man holding up a hammer, balanced with two scales, and it says, "The power of human agency, a treatise on thought, freedom, independence, and the spirit." Written by some long unpronounceable name.
Siegert will pick up the book and then put it back inside the satchel.
Okay. Just sort of like glaze ahead as you accompany. Do you do anything else? Or just go back to your quarters? You haven't been given rooms, but you've been given some space at one end of the crew's quarters, the general crew's quarters. You know, so you have basically a little space with a curtain and 3 beds or 4 beds, actually would be racks on the vessel. Enough space for yourselves. You guys basically just go to see to your own affairs and so forth. Do you have any dramatic wounds, by the way?
No.
Okay.
Lucia is going to ask Siegert if she can see the book after, like, at night when they're getting ready to go to bed.
Just for clarification, the dramatic wounds are when you hit that
the big
burst, right?
Yes.
I do have one of those.
Me too, then.
Okay, the ship's surgeon does attend to your dramatic wounds shortly after. So during the rest of the voyage, you will heal the dramatic wounds as the ship's surgeon will basically stitch you up and bandage you pretty appropriately.
Soon later, there will be some sort of memoriam, or whatever the case may be, for Cicero, and people will have gathered around and had drinks and maybe tell stories about him or something like that.
The crew is very somber later in that evening as they gather the dead. The dead wrapped in basically burlap that they used from sacks and things like that, very tightly bound. They're laid across the deck And at night, at dusk, basically the captain comes forward with several other people, and he starts basically doing rites. It's pretty having come from the Adaban Sea and a wondrous diversity of beliefs and ideas. It's actually kind of refreshing to see that the captain has carried a lot of that diverse ideas by accounting for people's different faiths, especially Siegert, since at this current point in time, your own homeland is going through a religious war. Siegert, for the audience's benefit, is an Isen, which is the amalgam to Germany during this time, which is going through its basically own version of the Reformation. But he gets forth and he has rights, from an objectionist Bible, which is like a Protestant Bible, and saying Theus guides us, Theus, and through it we find understanding in his creation. Life is only a beginning, and death is not the end. And then he goes on and he does very short principled prayers for a variety of faiths that the sailors have had, being from different parts of the world. It comes to Cesario, and Lucia has the chance to speak if she wants to, or if you just want to, say just a simple Vaticine prayer.
She'll say a simple Vaticine prayer, yes.
Okay, so she says very true Vaticine fashion, which is very similar to Vatican or Catholic fashion. She does the cross and the noises like Theus's blessing guides you to wisdom and the further life and blah blah blah. But she says it in Numen or Latin, as it's known as Numen in Seven Seas, and the bodies get dumped overboard, and the captain's like, "To the deep. May the sea guide them." And after the crew's quiet, but then heads downstairs, and singing begins as they begin to recount the stories of their friends and fallen comrades and the victories of the battle, and singing sea song shanties that are the accoutrement of a pirate or a sailing voyage. At which point, Siegert, do you join in, I'm assuming?
Oh, definitely. Yeah. Siegert joins in, singing the songs he might know, or singing along but saying the wrong words, and but then you always got to be louder when you're singing the right words and you remember them, that kind of like yeah, that sort of thing. Yeah, there's a whole lot of that going on.
Well, the sailor shanties are actually fairly, at first you may not understand them, because there's a lot of people speaking and things like that, but they're fairly easy to pick up after a while. And it's kind of more of a, it doesn't matter if you're getting the words right. The grog begins to flow from the barrels as sailors get drunk, all except, of course, the people on night shift. The ship's chef starts handing out the bowl, basically, of soup to the rest of the crew. And you find yourselves in a more or less a celebration. It is also in the middle of winter, and around this time, you notice that some of the songs dip into some holiday or Yule or sort of festive sort of songs as well. So with that, we continue. You said you did take the satchel, and you wanted to do something later in the night, Lucia.
Yeah, I just wanted to read through the book when I'm in bed, like going to sleep reading.
Okay, and did Maximillian want to do anything before we get to that a little bit?
Maximilian's probably just hanging out, drinking, singing. It's kind of old hat to him, like he's been a sailor, so.
And Siegert, of course, is joining in whatever songs. The sailor sits down next to you, Maximillian. He's like, you know, it's sailor custom to always sing a song, at least one song, of the place that you're sailing by. And I figure, now I'm not Montaigne. I figure you to be a Montaigne. Seem a little fancy. And you tell us a song? I always like Montaigne women. And some men, too. But I don't know if I like Montaigne's songs, so impress me, sir. I'm not gonna make you sing on stream. But like, you know, like...
He'll think for a bit, and knowing that it's a sailor, think back on his days on Montaigne boats, and he'll pick one that he feels would appeal to this, especially this individual who is like, I'm not very impressed by Montaigne something. And he's like, well, not now. But he'll try to pick one that is befitting the revelry of the night.
You find yourself remembering a song, a very bawdy song about a Montaigne sailor who set sail, thinking only of the wine from the vineyard and the women and family. He goes beyond, finds adventure, and returns home and grows very large from the fruits of his vineyard as he drinks wine. And with that song in the background and Sigurd's boisterous, loud voice. Oh, Siegert. Okay, yeah.
Did Lucia want to come up to Siegert during the party while he's still awake to ask for the book and whatnot?
Sure, yeah.
Okay. So when Lucia walks up, Siegert is sitting there and he's talking to a bunch of sailors, and he's like, Cesario told me a story. He was up in Usura and he was at an inn, and he looks over the tavern keep because, you know, it's cold up there, and he's like, hey, how much would it cost to have someone come up in my room, keep me warm? Tavern keep looks at him and he's like, well, I ain't got anybody you could pay, but you could have my old goat. And Cesario's like, your old goat? Why would you call your wife that? And the man's like, I'm not married. Sure as shit. He's sitting there drinking, and he sees that goat get taken up the stairs later on that night. I don't want to know any more about it, but best story I ever heard from the guy. He was a good mailman. Oh, hey, Lucio. What's up? Lucia, he was a great mailman.
Hey, Siegert,
Yeah,
do you mind if I look at that book that you have?
sure.
Thanks.
Cesario loved to read.
I see that.
Siegert puts like a hand on your shoulder. He loved to read. He was good at it too. He could read so many languages. Here, and then Siegert will hand you the satchel that the book was in.
I'll look in the satchel. There's a book, and then is there anything else in there?
There's a Thean Bible, a Baptiste Thean Bible. There is some notary type stuff, you know, like paper, pen. There's a journal, and and you look what looks to be like some spare clothes, like he had folded very neatly, some spare clothes that tucked in, like just in case something happened. Other than that, some traveling stuff like a needle and thread and a small sandwich, like that kind of stuff. Nothing really. The satchel's not really packed full of stuff too much.
Okay, I'll just pick up the book that I'll look through the Bible to see if there's anything in it, like any notes or anything slipped inside of them, and then I'll look at the other book that fell out originally.
You see, the Bible has a signature on the top. It's like to my dearest friend, Father Anatello Finara.
Okay.
But when you read through the other book on human thought and freedom, basically it's the treatise sort of similar to Descartes' I think therefore I am. It's that we are all endowed with this inalienable ability to understand the world around us, to grow as beings. We have the ability to think and therefore create. And because we can create, we have the autonomous ability to we're free. We are free beings. And it is only when one being imposes his ideas of creation upon another that any true sense of restriction. But ultimately, all creations are thought. And because of that, all thought can be undone with basically more thinking. It's kind of a deeply philosophical text that kind of breaks down the origins of where we derive agency in our lives, and puts a spiritual context to that. Because as you are devoutly Vaticine, you are very well aware of the first prophets' tenets of understanding the world around them, and of wisdom, and that Theus has given us a puzzle, and that we must unlock and understand, sort of in a humanist sort of approach to viewing the world. And but this text takes it a little bit further beyond that, be a little bit more almost borderline on secularism. And in the book, there's a leaflet, is like a little note, like a ripped off piece of paper that's been kind of stuffed in there. And it says, please give this to her. Anatello.
I guess this Bible and this book go to the recipient of this letter as well.
See no more. As Siegert is joining into the shanties here and there between drunken sobs.
Well, the night passes on, and by morning, most of the principal repairs have been done to make the ship more seaworthy, to get her on her way more expediently. Hours becomes days, and within a couple days, you arrive at your destination. The destination is, Ile de Rochaine, on a small island off the western coast of Montaigne, in between Montaigne and Avalon. This island is the source of your destination, as it is a major trading hub where you had planned originally to help Cesaro deploy his letter or deliver his letter, and then go about your mutual ways, perhaps. This island, as a vassal state, not a part of the empire, the Montane Empire, but more just like a subsidiary under its rule or jurisdiction. So think of it like a province or commonwealth. To your knowledge, was not originally inhabited. It was something empty. But you've heard since you have mentioned this to the sailors around you that this was your destination, and mumblings about going about as people drove that there's a curse on the island, a cursed buried treasure somewhere. As you arrive, the winds have calmed now, and you see the island with a sort of a towering hill more than anything, not really a mountain, but a hill covered in a temperate forest. You see snow falling very lazily through the sky, but blanketing the island in a thick felt of white. You notice that the town only has one harbor, and it is buttressing up against it is a small, basically trading hub. You look that looks to be seemingly bursting at the seams. Surrounding it is some smaller villages and things like that, of things that you would come to find in a very small rural fashion or rural village. Abreast, heading before the hill begins its climb, is a not a large castle, but a castle that is kind of overlooking the town. You notice as the boat drives in, or sails in, I should say, to its harbor. Before you depart, you notice that the buildings, which are Avalon, or Avalonian, Avalon being the English amalgam in Seven Seas, Avalonian architecture, people have adorned wreaths and set out candles, and are in the midst of the numerous winter celebrations that take place around this time of year, big feasts and sort of things. But even more than that, most individuals, because it is heading into night when you guys set into port, seem to be generally heading towards the castle in large crowds, as though heading towards a common destination, where you hear music and singing, and you notice the castle is well lit, with people buttressing on the square, the small walls that encircle it, and you find yourself standing in the harbor. The ship captain says his adieus, and says, when he's back this way again, look, if you need to be able to look him up, he'll be back this way in 2 weeks, and then goes back to managing his crew.
I will thank him and be like, until next time, Captain.
Aye. Yes, it's gonna be these routes are dangerous this time of year, and there's always raiders, but we'll make good, and thank you so much for fending off the attack. I owe you my life and the lives of my crew. The Bright Blade might have had a good dose of luck. Didn't run into much in the Adaban. I think things are going to look up from here on out. You take care of yourselves, and good luck with your journey.
Best of luck, Captain.
Goodbye, friend. And then
he's like,
Siegert hugs the captain and lifts him up. You are a good captain. Put it back down.
It's like, that's okay. We're gonna miss you. Hey, and if you ever need to work on a boat, track me down. Not many people are as can lift a whole beam by themselves. You take good care of my Icen friend. And, madame. And he reaches out and kisses her in a very gentlemanly fashion. Or gentle person fashion. And, it's been a pleasure. And he goes walking.
As we go walking away from the captain, I'm gonna look over at Lucia and be like, he's so suave.
I'm going to take a lash and I'm gonna do another read on that letter.
Sure.
Do I need to roll for that or anything?
No. Sorcery, unlike other games and things like that, sorcery just happens.
Okay.
It is extremely powerful, but there are extremely large consequences, as you can tell.
Yeah.
Already, even with just one lash, giving me one danger point or taking one wound is a pretty big deal, right? But you go looking at it, and you see now, even though now that you're taking your time to look at it, you see the strings of fate unfold as you move, and you can almost manipulate them. You see this black strand, right, is actually not separate. It's not a choice. It is intertwined with salvation. Although there are seeming paths, it seems to be waning back and forth, as though one is trying to gain dominance over the other. But there seems to be one narrow course leading you straight to the castle.
All right. Gentlemen, I guess we go to the castle.
Are you taking one flesh wound to do this, or?
Yes, taking a flesh wound. I'm not giving you any more ammo.
And can I tempt you by activating or by having you indulge your quirk by opening the letter?
Which quirk?
Your quirk that if you commit to a dangerous action.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure.
Okay. So you gain one hero point.
Okay.
And the letter reads. So you break the seal.
Okay.
And the letter reads, "My dearest Marie, it has been many months since we have last corresponded. I greatly miss our debates over philosophy and human nature. I lament that I am unable to come to you personally to attend your wedding. However, I cannot waste any more time or ink on reminiscing or regret. It has come to my attention that there is a plot against your life. And again, the agent of this villainous action will be in attendance at your wedding. I wish I could give you more details, but I do not have them. Trust me when I say that my sources are trustworthy, and that you should take every precaution. This letter was sent by my scribe, Cesaro Cellini, and attached with it was a gift. I hope it will help you through this trying time and remind you that our discussions have and remind you of our discussions when you are burdened by your obligations. Remind yourself that you think, therefore you are always free. Sincerely, Father Anatolo Finara." And I have, of course, supplied you with the letter that you can look back on if you want to know the details and things like that.
I'll go ahead and read it out loud when I'm sure nobody else is close to us. So I'll read it out to them.
Does Siegert or Maximillian respond in any way, or?
Those seals exist for a reason.
I understand, but I can only find out where the person is that it needs to go to. So much.
Did it not say the name of the recipient on the envelope?
It did, but who do we know where to start looking?
You could ask around.
But what if we ask the attempted assassin?
Touche.
This is an easy fix. He'll take the letter, if Lucia will give it up, and he'll put it back in the envelope, and then he'll lick the bottom part of the wax and then smudge it back together. Good as new.
Okay, so it doesn't have its signet on it anymore. The sigil.
Well, it's still there, right? You don't tear it off, but
Yeah.
you can keep it on part of the paper. So I presume did she break the wax completely? She was trying to like pull. I presume she was
Just pull the bottom
like,
of
you know,
it.
like pull
just
the
out,
wax
yeah.
off of it so that maybe she could reattach it, like crafty like that, you know?
I will say that if either you or Lucia is willing to spend a hero point, that no one will look twice. It won't have any discernible thing, you know, like even if it's closely examined, it will look like it was never been opened.
I'll spend the hero point.
I was going to say Siegert stands by what he did, so I don't probably actually spend a hero point. If anything, they'll be like, why is this letter opened and a little bit damp? What?
But Siegert does a really good job, and then hands the letter back, and it's like, okay, it looks like it's never been opened.
Well, because she spent the hero point, let's presume, and it's up to you.
Sure.
But let's presume that Siegert hands it back. She looks at it and like maybe gets the idea, like, oh yeah, sure, I could reseal it. And she actually does the professional job. Like maybe she takes out a match, warms up the bottom part of the wax, and sticks it back together. Whereas like Sigurt's job would have been totally noticeable. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
that's
Lucy
fair.
is the one that actually solves it, right?
Sure. Yeah. So she basically takes the letter and passes it over, like one of the candles that are the festival decorations, you know, that are out lining the boulevard. Then places it back and it fixes it. You did a pretty good job, you know what I mean? Because it's not really too difficult, but she puts, you know, the fine detail back. Okay. So you're standing in the middle of the town. People are pushing past you, and you know, kind of going. They're singing songs. You see shopkeepers closing up their shops and heading towards sort of what looks like the center square of town that sits at the foot of the castle. With a large fountain, which is covered in snow. And standing next to the fountain is a large tree, a festival tree, for the winter festival. And it is after the big celebration that would normally have around winter this time. It's sort of like the Christmas, you know, or whatever. It's more approaching New Year's, but there's still a lot of festival activity. But you notice that there's a huge amount of people all sitting there partying. They got organs and they're handing out candies and snacks. They all seem to be really excited and happy. And you notice people cheering is like, like, to Princess Helene. Right. And it occurs to you that there's as you listen around and gathering as you guys are walking, that they're celebrating some sort of wedding. There's like sort of like a wedding, like a pre-wedding ceremony or celebration, like sort of thing, in addition to all the winter festivities that are going.
Wait. Didn't that letter say there was a wedding? The plot is a feat.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
The syrup thickens. So how are we gonna do this?
I'm not sure. Any ideas?
We deliver the letter and try to find a way to offer our own services without, obviously, without giving away the fact that you broke open the seal, and then attempted to re-hide the fact that you broke open the seal, and so on and so forth. I mean, appear to be fairly wealthy individuals. Perhaps.
Let's talk with individuals and see if we can gather any information on this Marie.
Don't worry, I'm really good at that. Hey, you! What do you know about this wedding?
Okay, so because you're now in a social situation or a non-action sequence, we are entering what's called a dramatic sequence. Dramatic sequences are basically the way we dictate pacing and actions during social situations or non-combative situations. They can be from anything from sneaking in the shadows, to seducing people at court, or investigating in this case, or socializing. So we're going to start off with Lucia, and she's going to tell us her approach, her plan for this general period. Now, mind you, these are not round by round, they're round by round, but they're not like short periods of time. These can be elastic. This could be like an hour, or it can be a couple seconds. So these are very kind of ambiguous rounds of time that may occur. So, Lucia,
Can I use an advantage?
what is your advantage?
A friend at court. When you are at a ball, feast, or similar high society function, spend a hero point to reveal you have a close friend also in attendance.
Absolutely. If it says you can do it, you can. You're spending a hero point. Remember, that's your control.
So I'm doing that. I'm spending a hero point to do that. I don't
Okay.
understand exactly though, so you're gonna have to explain it to me.
Okay, so basically, you guys are standing in the boulevard at the foot of the castle, with the fountain and the Christmas tree and the people celebrating around you. There are lining the thing are small little vendors who are handing out treats, who've placed their foods and things like that. There's the people who are cheering to Marie and her wedding. There's other festivity goers who are just gathering around, and across the order you see a man standing in a large coat with knee-high boots. He has a blade strapped to his hilt, and for a left-handed fashion when Maximillian sees him, or if Maximillian happens to see him, you notice that he's carrying his blade on the opposite side, as though he's left-handed. And he's a Vidocian man, wearing very fine leathers and things like that underneath his large coat. He looks very unaccustomed to the cold. He's like shivering, and he's like, oh, yeah. But you recognize him as one of the bodyguards for your uncle, a man who was always kind to you before you left your homeland, a place that is not very kind to women. But he was always very kind to you, and he assisted you by leaving the gate open when you escaped. So in a way, he's kind of responsible. He could have done something, but he chose not to. So you always had a sense he was always playing with you as far as being friendly and stuff like that when you were growing up in court in your homeland. And he's just standing there, and he's like laughing. He's like, oh, and then you notice a person like shoulder checks him right, you know, sort of thing, and he's like, hey, and he starts like cursing at the guy in typical like Vidoshan fashion. It's like, hey, what's up? So, let's begin with our approach again. That's the description of the scene. What's your plan?
My plan is to probably use empathy to get a feel of the people around me while I'm going to walking towards the gentleman. I want to see if anybody has any ulterior motives, you know,
Okay.
kind of keeping an eye on my crowd.
Sure. Siegert. What is your approach?
To the man or to
No, just to the you're standing in the thing, and the general course of action that you're going to take in these scenes, socially or otherwise, even.
Siegert is going to eventually try to find a tailor and get some nice clothes, having wealth to his name, and then he's going to try and convince the others that he is one of their number, even though he technically sort of is, just not one of their number, you know, from Eisen. But yeah, so he's going to try to blend in as though he's an Eisen lord that was invited to the wedding or something like that.
Sure.
So perhaps convince would be the approach, I would think.
Yeah, that definitely sounds like a convince approach. And Maximillian.
Maximillian will just try to take in the area, I think, for to try and get a sort of just get a lay of the land, entry, exit routes, etc., things like that.
Okay, so you're gonna like basically try to scout out and look for you know, dangerous points of exit or that sort of stuff. That would probably
potential
be
escapes.
Yeah, that would be notice, I would think.
Okay.
So let's
Notice and wits.
Yes. And Lucia, you could go ahead and give me a wits plus empathy, and Siegert, definitely sounds like either you could use, I'll say either wits or panache, your choice, for the stat. And remind yourself to give yourself 1 dice for flair, or if you've not used the skill before.
I also would like to note I do have Eagle Eye.
Okay.
So
you're adding
noticing
extra
details and things. Yeah.
Okay, so you're adding extra dice to that.
Is this considered a social risk, or is this?
This is a risk.
Different?
This is a risk. This is a dramatic.
Okay.
You have dramatic sequences are just like action sequences. They have risks. They have approaches. You roll. There's consequences or opportunities and actions, and but it's other than the fact that one is basically a combat in very like brief, quick flashes of time. One is not, right? You know, like it's not combative. And they could go back and forth into like a dramatic sequence can easily flow into an action sequence and back and forth. Right.
I have a thing, reputation principled. When I use my reputation to my advantage in a social risk, I gain 1 bonus die. So would that be applicable since I'm trying to be like, hello, I'm Lord Siegert Braume. You know, that sort of thing. Is that appropriate?
I'll say yes, because you're trying to imitate basically an upstanding person.
Well, my character
you know, like
technically was once one of those
okay, so it's like
people.
principled, yeah.
He comes from a family of aristocrats and military officers. It's on the pre-made sheet. I just had that come.
Principled sounds like a kind of a thing where you're walking around and you would it's not like trying to impress people with your lineage or anything, but it's more like walking around making little comments about, it's like, you know, you should always be honest, or, you know, like Eisens are always honest, or, you know, that sort of thing, you know, like something more about
trying to
make it known that you have convictions and that you hold by them, right? Even in a brief way. You know, like you know, picking up it's like, oh, a child just slipped on the snow and picking her up or something, right? And we could say that that's kind of amalgamated into what you're doing. Sure. So yes, you can add that 1 die. So we're gonna go over to Lucia first.
I got 3 raises and a spare.
Okay. I would like to buy that die from you. That's possible.
Okay.
I need to actually move the my dice are rolling everywhere. All right, there we go. Okay, and Siegert?
I got surprisingly 4 raises with a leftover die. Pinky up for Siegert. Hello. Hello.
And Maximillian.
2 raises, 3 leftover.
Okay. Do you wish to
Nah.
okay.
Nah.
Just don't want me to stack up. By the way, my pool is at 9 dice, by the way. I'm sitting pretty. Those will go fast though. Okay. So we're gonna start with you said you had 3 and left 3 left over, so let's go ahead and go with Siegert first. Funny enough. Okay, so you go to look for the shop. You manage to find the clothes and accoutrement, like like, oh hey, I'll buy this coat. Normally there's wealth rules. We're not going to we're just going to glaze over the wealth rules for the time being.
My character always has a wealth of 3 because of his aristocratic background.
Oh, okay.
So he has money, so that's not an issue.
Yeah.
Presumably.
So yeah.
So we'll say we spend some of that or something. Yeah.
You go over and hand over. You walk up to the shop, and you pull out some guilders. Guilders are the paper currency issued by the Vestin, which is like Norway.
Yeah.
Sort of area.
Siegert is just like, I would like nice clothes to fit a man of my stature.
Oh, of course. We can help you out right here.
I have much paper.
Think I need to hold on. I'm going to have to sew 2 jackets together. But I think I have something in your size. And he goes and grabs the largest like gentleman's cloak. Because he can't really find a jacket or pants in your size or anything like that. You know?
Yeah, sure. So like we get like a shirt and some pants and a cloak or like a cape is perfect. Like I could see Siegert being like, oh.
It's like the Princess Bride thing where he takes up the giant cloak. It's just like a huge thing. He's like, we don't get very many large individuals, but I think we could. And he gets a very large cloak and a nice shirt. That manages. The shirt's a little small, but like it's okay. It's the cloak kind of covers it, and it's not too bad. It'll pass. And you set out.
Perhaps it shows a little of my ice and chest hair, you know.
It set out and you passed. At which point, what would you like to do, action-wise? You could spend.
I'm going to eventually rejoin the others and head into the party proper, at least into the entryway, and be schmoozing in a sense, you know, like greeting people and stuff like that.
Okay.
Even if Siegert doesn't mean to be distracting, he probably serves as a perfect distraction for other people to sort of slip in should they need to or evade notice. So perhaps that is what his action is sort of accomplishing for the team, but that's up to you to determine, right?
So are you heading into the castle itself where there is a party, other than you guys hadn't been there, gotten near yet, or the town square? Are you staying in the town square?
Oh, was the plan to stay in the town square? That was the only part I was unsure of. Are we staying in this area and not going inside, or are we going inside?
We're going inside because we're looking for Marie.
Right. Okay. So yeah, there we go. So I'll be asking around for her, perhaps. You know.
Okay. So you walk in, and you spend well, that will be 1 raise. You can create an opportunity here to run into somebody who who would basically be able to tell you where. And no outstanding consequences at this point in time. But you managed to go in and you're walking around and you're like, hey, it's like, and by telling people, strike up small conversations about who are you, and it's like, oh, I'm from Meissen, where people always tell the truth, or that sort of thing.
Captain Siegert Braume, nice to meet you. And shaking hands.
Yeah. The person that you're talking to, a woman, dressed in a very nice, gown, although it's lined with fur, because there's the broad doors of the castle been led into the courtroom, the court of the main central ball chamber, one chamber hall, if you want to call it that, where there is much finer people standing around, or finer people dressed in more finery, I should say. She points, is like, oh, I believe Princess Helene is, or the Princess Helene is, hasn't come out yet, but she will be exiting from her chambers very soon, I believe, to make with her groom, or the groom to be, the husband to be. But would you like some cakes? And
oh yes, I would. Yes.
Okay. So that there's 2 raises you spent. One for the opportunity.
Of finding out where she was.
Yeah, finding out where she was and when she was going to exit.
Gotcha. Could I spend another raise to perhaps provide an opportunity to, say, like Lucia or Maximillian, to slip perhaps back to wherever it was I was told that she was, and perhaps maybe they're able to use that opportunity to engage her privately or something?
Oh, to basically when she was. Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, that would be fine.
I'll spend a 3rd raise for that then.
Yeah, so basically you're like, you slip back and you see an opportunity if somebody's walking outside, and you'd be like, hey, could you tell that person over there that our special friend will be up here, if that's okay for the narrative. And they're like, oh, okay, and because they trust you, they're like, oh yeah, sure, my Iceland friend, enjoy those cakes, and they can like walk down. So sorry, let's repeat that because I was on mute. 3 raises. Let's go to Lucia.
I was using empathy to go through the crowd to make my way towards the gentleman that I know from my country.
Okay.
And, is he towards the entrance to the castle?
So you're spending 1 raise to basically gauge people, right?
Right.
And I will say you can spend 1 raise for an opportunity. So, 1 raise for an opportunity to find somebody with a possible ulterior motive, or one that's
okay.
So the mood here, in the general crowd, there's a very mixture of moods. Most of the people are, about half the people are townsfolk, and they're just having fun. They're celebrating. They seem to be very proud, as most people are of their home, and the people who lead their home. They seem to have a very, very positive attitude towards me. You hear comments that are gracious. It's like, oh, she's so beautiful. I can't believe it. I'm so happy she's going to get married. You notice that there are also other individuals here who seem to be here more or less out of business. Like this is a state function. There are several Montaigne individuals. You could tell by the Montaigne modern styles, which are very reminiscent of French aristocrat, sort of thing. Fancy coats, finery. A couple women in large wigs as well as men in the very long flowing wigs, like gentlemen's wigs and powdered noses, kind of standing around. They're not like angry or anything, but this is more just like we're here because this person's important, maybe politically. You hear calls like, "Oh, I hear she's really nice. I hope that we are able to keep with the trade agreements. Things have been so nice in this this place. We could use it for trade." And you get a general sentiment that these individuals, as a trade hub, it's not viewed as an actual part of Montaigne. They're just kind of like, "Oh, this place is really good for business." Right? And they're looking, it's like they're happy she's getting married and they hope that she'll keep with the rules. However, you do notice that there are several individuals dressed up in the also in Montaigne garb, who are couching themselves in the corner of the square, the town square. And you catch a whiff of them talking in hushed tones to each other, and it's like, "Oh, don't worry, when they get married, he'll just take over. Everything we'll have the run of the place." And they're dressed in very nice, rich things. And you find yourself at the after doing a slow circle of the square, kind of, gauging people and things like that, you arrive at your friend. We will cut back right to what you say and how that works when we get back to you, Maximillian.
So yeah, I was just trying to get a gauge on the area and areas of points of interest for entry and escape should the need arise. So I got the 2 raises, so I don't know.
You can spend 1 raise very easily to figure out and map out the best routes. Later on, that may provide some further opportunities for you. I will actually make a note of it, because you've done some pre-planning here, right? Okay. You can also spot, as you are doing so, you may also spend a raise to notice something. Okay. So as you're spending a raise, so you do a circle of the town square. You're looking around. You notice individuals who seem very out of place. They're not dressed in any sort of holiday garments or festive things. They aren't laughing or talking to anybody. They seem to be waiting near the back door. The castle is kind of a large castle with a small gate, or with a small and a circling wall. It has a primary gate which is open, with large wooden doors and a portcullis, kind of raised. Inside there's just basically a tower with some apartments, like more like a mansion sort of house kind of thing, circling the back. It's kind of a small castle by comparisons, maybe especially for you, who comes from a land of huge castles and lots of opulence and wealth. You notice several individuals standing next to what would be the side gate, like a small little, basically wooden and iron wrought door. They don't seem to be guards, and they don't seem to be doing anything but waiting, very suspiciously in your mind. So we're going to go ahead and go back to you had how many raises are we still at? 0? You had 1?
We're done. Yeah.
And then we had Lucia. How many raises did you have? You had 1? Okay. So you approach. What did I say his name was? Let's say is Antonio. Or have I already used that name? Let's see here. I have my name thing.
I wrote it down because my notebook is buried.
Don't worry about it.
Sorry.
Gilberto. Lucia?
Good to see you.
It's funny seeing you here as well. What brings you here this far north?
Oh, a little delivery.
Are you okay?
Yes, I'm well.
I have not seen you in many years.
It has been quite a while.
Just making a delivery. Are you a courier now, or?
No, we were supposed to protect a courier, and unfortunately the courier didn't make it. So we're finishing his job.
I unfortunately don't like this weather. I came north because I have a debt to settle.
Any help you need?
So far, nothing. I've been sitting around here all night, and I heard a man who crossed me once was going to be here. I have since been released from your father's your uncle's service. And I figured I would spend my time a little north. Blood debts are, well, they must be paid.
Of course, of course. Well, if you need a hand with anything, let me know. I'll be around here.
Absolutely. And we should connect later on. It's been a long time since I've seen you, and I was concerned after you left. Who are you delivering this letter to?
Marie, apparently.
Now, it's your action, and because it's, we're doing dramatic sequences, you can spend an action during a dramatic sequences during any time during point in your turn. So if you want to produce an effect right now, by judging maybe more his intent, because that's within empathy, or maybe ask a question or something like that, because this is all within the wheelhouse of empathy, you may do so. Or if you want to create an opportunity, you may do that as well.
Do you happen to know any way to access Marie?
I'm assuming you're spending a raise for an opportunity?
Yeah.
I think I might have a way, yes. Well, I got in a friendly duel with one of her house guards. Best starter couldn't even raise his main gauche. Couldn't handle a left-handed approach either. So, but he took it well enough. I only gave him a couple scars for his pleasure, and I believe I might be able to help you out. If I see him, I'll mention it.
Well, thank you.
Oh, we're gonna go back to Siegert real quick. I gotta remember that because you guys can hear me, and so we're gonna go back to Siegert real quick. What do you do with when you're one ray? Well, you're standing there in the party. During this time, at the before you get back, actually, the person comes out and mentions to each of you, Lucia and Maximillian. I've already forgotten about that. I apologize. Oh yeah, hey, your big guy. Your friend, friendly Ison guy. He's quite a character. He said you're a special friend. You guys can meet them upstairs. Yeah. Upstairs is where all the royalty sits. Oh, anyway. You should try the hotcakes. And
Well, thank you. And as he makes his way off.
so now we will return to Siegert.
Is there more that can be done? Because I remember I talked about I was presenting an opportunity, but people are doing other stuff. So
No, that was the opportunity has resolved. right? So they messaged them, and
Oh, I see.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, the message has been delivered. That's what I was doing there. So you still have one raise, and you can still do action. You're standing in the hall, the great hall, of the castle. Ahead, on one side, there seems to be a clutch of Montaigne nobles, mostly, or what you assume to be nobles and aristocracy, business people dressed in finery, as I was describing before. Over to another side, you see what looks like mostly just the more wealthy members of the village, and they're kind of more loose, like, hey, I'll get, like, it's more of a party to them. They're not like really, mixing with the Montaigne aristocracy too much. You notice one individual who has a dark skin, or no, he has pale skin, dark hair. He has a very weathered look around him. He's wearing clothes that speak of being tailored in your homeland. And he has a cloak around him, mustache, and he has a cropped hat. And he's just kind of sitting there and over in the corner, and people seem to be not really paying attention to him, like ignoring him, that kind of stuff. And other than that, there's also a lot of other people here, but you're also just entered in. So, with your action,
But I spend my last raise to try and have one of the servers, whatever the case may be, deliver a message to the couple.
Sure, because you've endeared yourself to them.
Yeah, to let them know that to pass on that a courier from Cesario, whatever his last name is,
Cesario Sinili.
Yeah, is here and was told to deliver the message to her hand from him, along with a gift. Basically, it's like a wedding gift sort of a thing, right?
Sure. You basically a servant person. You grab them, they look at you, and they're like, "Oh," and you're, what do you say? How do you say it? Are you basically just like, "Hey,
yeah. Hey, so these cakes, delicious. So on my way here, I knew a courier who was supposed to deliver a message to the bride, and he had said to deliver it to her hand privately, and also a gift for her wedding. Is there any way that you could pass that message along to her so that she knows that we have that for her?"
Normally we're not supposed to do that because she's, I guess, they're preparing for the thing. But you know what? I've heard good things about you. You seem like a really trustworthy person, so I don't think there's anything. And you know what? Honestly, like, we don't have very many Issa nobles around here, so.
Well, I'm not a noble, but I appreciate it.
Yeah. Well. Okay.
I'm a military officer. I get it.
And she laughs and she's like, "Okay, well, I'll go let her know." I mean, if it's coming from you, it sounds really important. So.
Yeah, it seemed important. So. Yeah.
Now, because you only had one raise, there is one attached consequence that you did that did go noticed, by the way, by somebody else in the room. I just didn't mention it to you because you only had one raise. You had to do the action to begin with, right? So it doesn't catch a mass notice. Just one person basically noticed that. So you go upstairs. They go upstairs, and they walk into. There's like a row of doors that lead to other areas of the more living quarters type thing. And there's a wide set of double doors at the second story that they enter through. And then a couple moments later, they head out. And they give you they scan the room and look at you, and she's like, it gives you the like, it's been delivered, sort of gesture. It's like, go team, right? So I believe that's all our raises for this turn, passage of a dramatic sequence. We can enter into the next round. If you guys wish to continue doing things. What's your next approach, Lucia?
I am going to use, I guess, convince this round, as I am going to pretend that I belong there and that I am going to go speak to this Marie person because I belong there. Well, I'm going to make my way over. I'm sorry, Mike, what is your character's name again?
Siegert.
Siegert.
Yeah, on the level of so that they would know, I after having told the servant lady that thing got the thumbs up, because at this point I believe they've both approached the party. Siegert would have made his way to Lucia and Maximillian and let them know, be like, hey,
oh sure,
I had a servant, go talk to her, so she might have us go talk.
Okay. Good job.
Be ready. Be ready. The plot is afoot.
Does Maximillian say anything before we enter the next round of things, like the describing? Because you guys basically, he comes out and he's kind of like talking, and Maximillian obviously has the opportunity to approach and have a discussion. Is there anything that you say to your companions?
Oh yeah, I will. As subtly as possible, Maximillian will kind of explain the situation that he saw with the potentially shady individuals, sort of in that back area, right? So I'll let both of them know that there is questionable behavior over that way.
I saw a couple of individuals myself talking about how the groom would take over once they got married. So I think the groom might be our issue. So we may have to speak with her by herself.
Very possibly. Real quick question: Did the individuals that I saw, did they look Montaigne?
You couldn't gain a quite a clear look to them because they were cloaked in hoods because it is snowing and there's weather, but they weren't dressed in the styles of that you see the villagers or even the visitors. But they did the clothes. You would guess, if you had to make a guess of where they were from based off of what you saw, their clothes and the way their size and so forth, using some stereotypes, you would guess that they may be Vidocian. They had a lot of leather. Vidocians tend to have a lot of leather, a lot of flamboyant colors. They have the brocaded, or what are they called? The plumed sort of pant styles. And they all seem to carry. They're all carrying a fencing sword or rapier and a parrying dagger, but they carry them on the left, or for their left-handed side, so they can draw it on the right side. So they have them sheathed on the right side instead of the left. So,
okay,
because the style, as you know, as you're accustomed to being a swordsman. The style of Vidocians is a left-handed style with a parrying dagger. So we're gonna go ahead and start a new round now that we've kind of assessed. At the beginning of this round, basically, you see Gioberto kind of saunter in to the main hall, looking around, and he walks up to a guard, and he seems to be a person who's dressed in basically household livery. and he seems to be having some sort of conversation with them. The people seem to be, the celebration's not dying down, but it seems to be reaching, you know, like there's like the momentum mass of when it's something's supposed to happen. You know, it seems to be kind of generally gravitating that way. More and more people kind of flooding into the town square. Now there's like servants coming around serving drinks and glasses as people gather into the main hall. They're still talking, lots of talking. Nothing's happening in this round, as far as like a big event or anything. Other than that, there's really nothing new. There's more people, but you know. So Lucia, go ahead and give me your report. You wanted to convince, and you're just gonna walk in there like you own the place.
Okay. I own the place, yeah.
That's very, very much panache. And Siegert, what's your approach for this round?
At this point, I think Siegert has done what he can to try and help with this getting in touch with Marie's situation. So I think he's going to take a cue from what Maximillian said, and he's going to go suss out those people in the back room. So I'm not sure if what the skill would be. I mean, I don't think it's going to break into a fight, but...
Well, if it breaks into a fight in the middle of a dramatic risk, and you had declared an approach that was not normally accustomed to custom for fighting, unless you want to somehow use that skill in a way that would be for fighting, fighting off opponents, like, you know, you could easily like intimidate or tempt people, like, it's like to do things during combat, or an action sequence. I always like to use the word action because it's more action than fighting necessarily.
So let's maybe call it empathy then, because he's trying to suss out what those sneaky folks in the back room are up to.
Sure. Okay. And that's wits. That's the wholeheartedly wits. It's kind of a perception thing. Maximillian.
Well, I was gonna do that, but Siegert's got that covered for now. I will approach some of my countrymen and try and just engage with them, try and get a feel for, because Lucia had said that some of them were acting not aggressive, that's not the right word, but like they were saying things that are uncomfortable in the current with our current knowledge.
Okay. So you're just gonna try to ingratiate yourself, see if you could ferret out anything.
Yes.
Right. Okay. I would say that would be. I would say that you could use empathy or convince, depending on how you're going about it. If you're more talking or anything like that, like talking people, you could probably try to convince them to maybe let you in on it, or maybe convince them that you're a part of them, you know, like you're good with them, and then they get more comfortable around you. Empathy is just more or less just kind of being more of a passive recipient in the conversation, just being like, oh, hey, what's up, you know, and just kind of trying to read between the lines of what they don't say.
Yeah, I think I'll go with a convince.
Okay.
To try and kind of ingratiate myself with them. They're, you know,
okay.
I know how to work Montaigne.
Okay.
Play with their egos.
Okay. So very, very forward, aggressive manner. So you can take panache for that, you know, because you're just, hey, how you doing? I got awesome hair. You know, I don't know. Okay, so go ahead. We're gonna go back to Lucio. How many risks how many raises? Risks. How many risks? 3. Okay.
And one left over.
And one left over. Would you like to
purchase that? Have you purchased it?
I would like to purchase it.
For sure.
Okay. All right. I need to start spending these. This has always been my problem in this Seven Seas is spending danger dice, or spending like the GM points or whatever you get. Okay. So Siegert, what did we get? 3. Okay. Any hangers? Nope. Okay. And Maximillian. 3. Okay.
3 and 1 hanging.
Okay, Lucia. We all got 3. Didn't we? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I'm just like, wow, okay. Lucia, let's start with you.
Okay, I'm going to. I see. I'm sorry. What was my friend's name? Antonius.
Gioberto.
Gioberto. I was off. Whoa. Gioberto. He's walking towards us. Is that what you said?
He's walked up. He walked past you.
Okay. So I'll follow him. I'll follow behind him.
Okay, so you walk up and you manage to, he's like, oh, hey, how you doing? I was like, how's that scar you got on your face? I'm sorry. You need to not raise, not keep lowering your blade. You're lowering your blade too much. Don't worry, it's just on the other hand. Once you get used to it, well, you better get used to it, otherwise it will be fatal.
That's true.
Do you want to spend a raise to have him, convince him to go through with introducing you?
Yes.
Okay. He looks back. He's like, "Oh, hey, this is one of my dearest friends, Lucia Romana. She is do not let her looks fool you. She is as good with a blade as, well, she's better with a blade than you are. Maybe you can learn a thing or two from her. We're certainly much more, I feel more dignified here with all that Montaigne rabble in the corner. She, was mentioning that she, wanted to, have a meeting with Helene. I don't suppose that, I could owe you a lesson or two. Maybe how to pick that blade up a little bit, if we can, maybe arrange something. There's a couple, guilders that could be in it for you. At this point, there's a consequence that you should be, have to avoid. Is that the guard member, even though he is successful, you were successful convincing the person, or basically getting him to do the task that you needed him to do, and that will be successful. The guard will be rather put out, being basically, because he's being talked down to a lot, because Vadosians are kind of like that tough love humor, like, oh, hey, look at this guy. So you can avoid the consequence that he will do as the person asks, but he will be very upset with the person, and he will say something negative about Lucia when she's out of earshot.
And how do I avoid that?
1 raise.
Yes, I will spend that raise on that.
Okay. Did you say anything to the person to kind of soothe? Because he looks like he's kind of irritated. He's like, yeah, sure.
I don't know. He seems like the quiet, deadly type. I think he could handle himself. The
guard kind of picks himself and is like, yeah, of course I can. And Giorbardo is like not wanting to argue with a friend of his in public or disgrace you in any way. He's like, yeah, maybe. Well, I'll leave you two to business. I still have my friend to look forward to.
Good luck in your endeavors.
You may spend a raise now for an opportunity to see which direction he walks off to.
Okay, I'll do that.
You see Giorbardo walk off, and he basically you as you are led upstairs, you hear him is like, "Aha! I found you!" In another room as he enters into another room, what looks to be the library.
Oh, damn.
Siegert, because we all had threes. You go walking outside. You see the gate. The door is open. You can noticing and things like that are kind of a strange scenario in the rules, the way it works. But you could spend one raise to do your notice action, or was it empathy action, right? To suss out their ulterior motives. Remind me.
Yeah, Siegert was going to approach the men that Maximillian had said were being weird and shady.
Okay.
And then he's going to try and suss them out.
Okay. Nix him. All right. So you exit. You see the people are engaging in a much more like there seems to be a rising crescendo of chorus as you walk away from the crowd up towards two individuals standing by the door, or it's the two individuals standing by the door.
Yeah, it was either the door or like a back room.
It was like
wherever it was. Maximillian.
It was the back door into the castle.
There we go. Yeah, that sure there.
So you walk up to them. They're both looking at you like, "Can we help you, friend?"
Have you tried the cakes? They are amazing. That is so. You want one? I've got an extra one. Here you go. Here you go, buddy. Here you go. It's all for you. It's to die for.
Thank you, friend. You look at them and they speak with a Vadosian lilt to their faces. Thank you. We don't eat cakes.
Why?
Cake, and they're like looking at each other. Go ahead and spend your raise.
Sure.
And while they're exchanging glances, you notice that they seem to be like one's like, "Get him the fuck out of here," right? Like they seem to be waiting for somebody or something.
Yeah.
He's like, "Cakes are no good at Vidosha. No.
Probably because you got, bad cakes. Try this one. It's real good.
Sure, why not?
See? It's delicious, right?
It's delicious.
Yeah.
Hey, I don't
So
have any
good.
wine to wash this down. Could you by chance give me some wine? Good
What
friend.
do I look like, a servant?
Oh, I was asking a good friend if you would ice and friend. Yes.
Oh, we're friends now. Well, that's great to hear. See, I was wondering, what are you guys doing back here? You seem bored.
Nothing. We're just enjoying the sights. We don't come this north this often. The other one's like, like the guy's like doing the sight, like trying to turn his head, position himself to where you can't see, but you could obviously see because of your height advantage over the guy.
Yeah.
And he's just like, "Get the fuck out of here!" Like,
Are you guys
like,
waiting for a friend? Do you want me to let somebody know you're waiting on them? Like, what are you doing? Yeah, you guys seem lost.
I don't know. We kind of got lost. We have a third party here.
Oh, what's their name?
I don't know. Griselda.
Griselda.
Oh, yes.
Fancy. Griselda, is this your wife? Friend?
friend wife.
A friend wife. Well, I've always been told the best relationships are based on friendships, so it's good of you. How many years has it been?
It's been excellent.
Good.
Many
What are you
years.
guys doing back here? Do you want to come in and join the party?
While you're sitting there, they're like, "What the fuck are we gonna do?" You're like, they're obviously extremely nervous, like, and it seems like time's running out or something like that. You notice that, like, the door goes to open, and then, like, from basically from the inside out, towards it, and like,
is there someone coming in?
Yeah, as somebody's exiting the building. Right.
Oh, so like walking past me? Oh, and I'm outside at the back door.
Yeah, so here's the door, and you're in front of the door.
I got confused. I thought they were inside at the back door, so we're outside at the... Okay, even better. Even better. Okay.
So
someone walks out.
And the guy, before the door opens, though, the guy's like, shuts the door. Right? Like,
oh, let me get that for you. And I swing it open.
Okay, so the last thing before we move on is you swing it open, and you a guy who's dressed in very similar clothes, very Vidocian style clothes, comes tumbling out because sorry, I hit my microphone. A guy in very Vidocian custom comes tumbling out. And with a stack of books in his hand, right, as though he was hitting the door, like trying to push against the door right as you opened it up, and it's just like shook, and he sprawls into the snow. With that, we will go. Well, okay,
I was gonna say I was going to gentlemanly pick up all the books to help him with.
Yeah. With that, we were gonna go to Maximillian though, because Maximillian. You walk up to approach a cluster of Montaigne individuals, men and women, dressed in finery, like obviously there's a lot of there seems to be a lot of more business-like people, but you were pointed out that one individuals who were making some disturbing comments about the groom or something, talking in more hushed tones. They seem to be like. Again, talking hushed tones, but as soon as you come up there, they kind of clam up.
Okay.
So at this point, you can go ahead and spend your raise and tell us how you ingratiate yourself to them.
Yeah, and Maximillian will just walk up, and he'll give a bow, respectful bow, and just be like. Been at sea for quite some time. So nice to see some fellow Montaigne. How is everything going? How are you enjoying the party? What exactly is? I heard there's rumors of weddings and all sorts of wonderful stuff. What's happening here today?
The person that you first talk to when you come up is a woman dressed in a male, what you would traditionally imagine as male clothing during this period, pants and a thing. And she bows in a gentle way, or gentle person way, like very. Oh, of course, it's a wonderful wedding. We were looking forward to. We are here with the groom. And it's been a long time. It's good to see most of these others. They are, here for business. But, you say that you have not interacted. Where have you been? Have you been beyond? Are you a traveler? What brings you here?
Oh, yes, I was just been at sea for the past, I don't know, couple of weeks or so, and this was the port of call for the ship, and I have not visited this location before. I am one who enjoys discovery and learning of new places.
That is amazing. We don't get out of we haven't gotten out of the homeland for ages to go gallivanting around and explore all the things you must have seen. Oh, let me tell you though, this is changing. Maybe you should stick around. We are friends of the groom, you see. We are with him. And soon, when he marries, he will have legal custody over this small place. Busy trade port, though.
It would seem so. Who is the groom, if I may ask?
One Ricard de Linecourt. He is of the Pai province. You see,
does that name mean anything to me?
It's not okay. So the Montaigne nobility, the highest tippy tops of the nobility, basically they use the province's name as their surname. Essentially, like, this is my blah blah. Yeah, so basically, when they say Ricard du Lioncourt, right? Du Pai. That's how they say it. So basically, the Lioncourt family of Pai, right? So it says immediately that he is a noble, although it does not sound like he's landed, right? So there has a lot of aimless aristocracy, unlanded nobles in the Emperor's domain. So it doesn't sound like he's probably from there. He's probably a noble. Like many Montaignes, they inherit wealth, but they don't really have any lands. They just kind of live with their folks. But other than that, it doesn't sound like one that stands out, like a exceptionally powerful family or anything like that. Nothing you've heard of. You can Actually, this is a perfect opportunity to spend an opportunity to gain an opportunity, because you want to gain something extra. So go ahead and spend an extra erase and to learn that he is not landed, and as she tries to explain, she's like, no, he's there's this treaty. You see, this place was once fought over by these scamps across the ocean there in what do they call it these days? Avalon. They couldn't hold the place down, so we signed the treaty with the people who are here, and they would be a vassal state of the Emperor's domain. But every 18th birthday, the regent would have to marry their oldest, and to a Montaigne nobility. Ricard is the noble, so he will inherit this land, and because we are with him, we will inherit it too.
Yeah, I'll kind of put on a show, being like, "Oh, well, congratulations," type of thing.
Of course, it'd be good to be our friend.
Oh, I believe that. Yes.
So we're gonna go round robin again. Lucia, did you have any raises to spend? You had one?
I had one.
Okay, so you get led upstairs. And the guard knocks on the door. And you see a servant, a person in butler sound open the door. And is like, and he's like, excuse me, there's a woman here who wants to speak with Marie, or Princess Marie. And he's like, and he's like, look, it's important. He's like, okay. Come on back.
Thank you.
Okay, so she walks into the room. You see your servants scurrying around. There's a left wing and a right wing bedroom. Right bedroom, like 2 doors leading off to 2 different bedrooms, one on the left and one on the right. The one on the right is the door is cracked and there's servants entering and exiting. You spend your raise to get in and convince to talk to her. You enter the room. You where the butler leads you in, and it's, Madam, there's a woman here to speak with you. What was your name?
Lucia Romano.
Miss Lucia Romano here to see you, ma'am. And you see a young woman, blonde, fair skin, with a very nice blue dress on. And she turns around. She's like, yes.
I have delivery for you and some gifts. I'll hand her the letter. And I will hand her the books.
And she takes the letter and she opens it. And the book. And for her response, we will come back to her response. We're going to go back to this. It was Siegert still had us raise. May I remember? Okay. You had 2 raises. Oh, you had 2 raises. I thought. Okay, sorry. I actually skipped your order there.
No, it's fine.
So basically, the people come out. There's books on the thing. What is your action?
I'm gonna help him pick the books up. And
okay, you can spend a raise here for an opportunity. To
Sure,
notice what books he is taking, or he has in his hands.
Sure.
You notice memoirs of Lillith, the name of the island. Come on. I swear, I know what I'm doing. Roshane. The memoirs of the Lillith Roshane, excavation of Cyrnith sites. You notice basically it's a lot of like archaeology books. Now, at this point, when you go to help the guy pick up the book, he's like, "Oh, okay. You were here to suss their activity. Go ahead and spend the raise. For the action to suss out their activity, because it's very obvious. He is trying to steal these books. They are not his.
Oh, is it very obvious that he's stealing them?
Yeah. The rest of them are like,
okay. I didn't know if he was like lying or what.
He's like, "Oh, thank you," and he, you help him up to gather books. The others like seem to have their hands near the blades. And
I'm handing them as Siegert is handing them over, he'll be like, "Wait a second. Are these your books?"
And did Maximillian so that's okay, so yeah, you basically obviously as your head is like they and then we'll turn to Maximillian, who had no more raises, correct? Or you did have one. What was anything you want to do with that last raise before we move on?
What else can I get from them? What's their connection to Ricard?
Okay, so basically you're like, "Oh, what do you do? Or you say your friends, things like that." And so you start basically engaging in the conversation to figure out what their connection. You notice a couple keep very quiet, but they seem to be more or less kind of guards, if that makes sense. Like, like they're people who hang around him because they're proficient in fighting. That he pays for the expenses. There's a lot of people who are basically paid for. Their privileges are paid for by patrons. The woman you're speaking to is actually related to him. as a cousin. And there's several other individuals who seem to be more or less hangers-ons, like just basically mooches, who are, you know, friends and things like that. They have dabbles in businesses and stuff like that. They're talking about, oh, you know, we'll just arrange all the trade negotiations for our business. We can, imagine all the silk we can import from the Crescent Empire now. And a couple of them are like, you know, like other people might have a problem with that, and I would, you know, I'm just enjoying all the, you know, duels I have to get into. I could finally duel again and know, you know, the Emperor banned dueling for a little while in open court. You had to go into a maze, the hedge maze, to do it. It felt like a lurk. Doing it in the misty morning, I would just much rather. Besides, do anybody here look like a swordsman? You know, so there's like there's three individuals who basically look more proficient with weapons, and they're actually carrying their, you know, weapons who look like they know how to carry their weapons. Okay. There are 4 people who are like the hangers-on mooches who have different trade deals and things like that, who are looking to exploit the area's position as a trade hub, and there's 2 people. One is a cousin, and the other one is just like a niece. Who are just basically like, the woman you're speaking to, say her name is, that's a, 2 seconds for, her name is Olivia. And she's sort of like, you know, your female version of a dandy. You know, mooch. Before we figure out what happens with Siegert, Lucia, you hand Princess Marie the note. She opens it up. The ruse that you have, successfully not suspecting that it's been opened. And she opens it up and reads it. She takes the book. She looks at it. And she looks at you. How did you come by this?
There was a courier, Cicerio, on the vessel that we were on, and unfortunately he did not make it. He told us to deliver this immediately.
I see. I don't know. I've never had anyone threaten my life before.
Well, what does the letter say?
Oh, it is a friend. Well, more of a teacher. My education was formal. I suppose I should expect this, but he has come with words in this letter saying that there's a plot against my life tonight. There's just... I just wish I just didn't have to deal with any of this. I didn't even want this wedding. I didn't want this position. I'm nothing but a placeholder. Thank you. You owe me no obligation.
Well, if you would like me to help protect you, I'm willing to do that.
I would not ask you to put yourself in danger for me. Besides, and then, surreptitiously, abruptly.
Surreptitiously.
Let's just use abruptly. Let's go with that. The door opens and a man enters. Very cut chin, dark hair, fair skin. Standing in a very embroidered finery. He's like, Marie, what is going on here? I heard that you had a messenger? Oh, excuse me, madame. We have not met. I am Ricard, de Lancourt, Dupai. Your name would be?
Lucia Romano.
Is everything okay?
Yes, it was a gift.
I see. What gift? We have not, and he looks over to the book, is like, may I? And she's like holding the book, and she looks at him like, and then she kind of begrudgingly hands it over to him. He takes the book, and he looks, he's like, my dear, you do not need such... silly notions. Things are the way they are. You don't need to dabble in, seditious literature. But if it catches your fancy, you may keep it. And he seems like kind of like dismissive of her. Well, I will, I guess leave you to yours. We must make announcements and then the ceremony must begin soon. And he turns around and walks off. And she's like, gives you a look. It's like, that was my husband-to-be, my betrothed. An arranged marriage. Yes, well...
What if you don't show up?
I can't do that.
Why?
My father, for one. And she walks over and she picks up this necklace. It's a very fine, it looks like silver, but it's not silver, but it has a silver sheen to it. It's a oval necklace with, a very intricate carved sort of, pieces. It looks like almost like an eggshell sort of like pattern, like a cracked eggshell, you know what I mean, going around with some sort of gemstone that you've never quite seen. You're not a gemist or anything like that, but you definitely, it doesn't look like anything you've ever seen. It's like, and she puts the necklace on. Well, for one, if I weren't, then the Montaigne would decide to seize and annex our island. We live under their laws, but we, for the most part, have our own autonomy. They have left us alone, not garrison troops here. They take their trade tariffs, and from the trade people, of course, it hurts the local, the villagers, and the people here, but we do not have to live under their the rule of the empire. As long as I marry, and the treaty is upheld. More importantly, it's a promise to my father. He's unfortunately no longer with us, but I'm in to inherit, and it is my obligation. Unfortunately.
I understand. So, I know you wouldn't ask me to put myself in danger, but I'm going to keep an eye on any potential attacks or any potential harm that comes your way.
Of course.
There was talk by several Montaigne fellows about how your groom-to-be will possibly take over once you get married.
Yes, I expect that. He's already ordering people around as though he has the legal right to.
Do you think that your groom could be your possible assailant?
I don't think so. He wouldn't stand any reason.
If he marries you and you die, then he becomes prince or king.
I suppose so. Yes, maybe. I don't know what to do. I don't like the thought of mistrusting the person I'm going to marry, and it was an arranged marriage. It must happen by treaty. The oldest in the vacancy must marry a Montaigne noble selected by the Emperor himself. To spit upon the face of the golden sun.
Let me speak with him.
Okay. Would you do that, please? You would show me too much kindness.
Well, you haven't shown me any ill will.
Thank you. It will not be forgotten. So you go to leave?
I go to leave, yeah.
Okay. So before you go to leave, or after you go to leave, the door shuts. So before we rejoin Siegert and find out the results of the uncomfortable and what is going to transpire with the uncomfortable situation with thieves, I'm going to spend some danger dice. So I'm going to spend 1 danger dice. From down below, you hear a shouting and screaming coming from the library as a loud Vidocian male that your friend, the head from Vidocia, Lucia, screams in agony and pain as a blade pierces his heart. You open the door, but you have not even stepped into the hallway, and you hear a screeching howl, as though 1,000 voices are screaming in bloody terror, echoing from the room just behind you. I will spend another danger dice. The howl grows in power, and you hear a scream come from Maria's room. And then I'm going to spend a third danger dice. As an explosion rips through one of the buildings on the outside town square. People scream in panic and go fleeing as men in cloaks come out of the woodwork to and start setting some of the adornments on fire as fire grows and that sort of stuff. So now we're going to go back to Siegert, and we're going to start a new round. The explosion rips apart. The thieves are standing in front of you, looking like they're about ready to run. The 2 men go to draw their blades. What is your approach?
Brawl, probably?
Okay. So, go ahead and give me a brawn brawl. Maximillian, you were standing out near the town square where the nobles outside were. The explosions ripped through. You see some cloaked men come, unsheath and pull some swords and start. As several of them, there's 10 men. 5 of them start basically taking torches and trying to light the nearby buildings on fire. Some of the buildings are already on fire because of the explosion that erupted from one of the shops. And 5 men go into the town square to basically look for defend them as they are trying to set the stuff on fire. What is your approach?
I think I'm going to. So it's a group.
There's two.
It's a new incoming group, correct?
Yeah, there's 10 people who have emerged, which is why I spent the drama dice, or my danger dice. My danger dice, when I spend them, it's because I'm doing something that is going to prevent an opportunity to you. I'm just doing it essentially. So the 10 guys come out of nowhere. You know what I mean? Like they often do. They are brutes. 5 guys are trying to set fire to things. 5 guys are basically entering the town square looking for basically anybody who's threatening the previous 5. So they're kind of covering them.
Okay. I mean, I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do, and what I do, I'm pretty good at. I'm going to approach with weaponry.
Okay. So you take your stance on guard. You notice most of the Montaigne nobles and things like that are like people who are more accustomed to, wearing swords than using them, except for maybe in a duel or something like that. They're kind of like taking cover. The 3 individuals who are the armed individuals, the more proficient, seem to be, they draw their blades, but they're kind of standing guard, protecting over the others. This seem to be their commission. So go ahead and give me a finesse and weaponry roll. Lucia, you're kind of in a stranger situation because you just heard your friend from down below utter what seemed to be a death cry from the library. And you hear the scream of Princess Marie behind you. Ricard is nowhere to be seen, by the way. What is your approach for the scene?
I'm going to roll a dice. It's going to be weaponry.
Mm-hmm.
High, I go after Marie. Low, I go after my friend.
Okay.
I go after my friend.
Okay. So I'm gonna say, because this is a dangerous a dangerous course of action, dangerous because you could be possibly risking the life by making this decision of one over the other. You can gain a hero point for your quirk. So for this round, go ahead. Okay, so we're gonna go through it. Like you're gonna go ahead and give me, because you don't know where your assailants are, I'm gonna say more wits and weaponry for this, because you're trying to identify threats, whereas in the other room you would probably know where the threats more or less are, right? You're trying to like suss out, if that's okay, Lucia.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, okay, give me a wits plus weaponry.
3 raises with 2 left over.
Okay. I would like to buy those 2 dice off of you.
Okay.
Okay. You can gain 2 hero points. You guys have been stacking up hero points, so it's like I'm gonna get completely rickrolled here. I just expect it. Okay. So we'll start with the highest round raises that we've generated. How many raises did everybody generate? So was that 6? Okay, you got 6, you got 2, and you got a what, 4? Was that Lucia? 3. Okay. Maximillian.
Okay.
Go ahead and let her, with your 6 raises, go ahead and let her rip. What are you doing?
The 5 brutes, correct?
5 armed ones that are kind of guarding the ones that are fire starters.
Right. I'm gonna wipe them all out. I'm gonna go up and straight up Inigo Montoya, and just take them all out. And that leaves me 1 raise. I'm gonna hold on to unless you have an opportunity.
You can always, it's actually not a bad idea because you can spend that raise to avoid damage as well. Because if there's any brutes left, you can, it's a way you defend yourself. So there's kind of a back and forth with the system, right?
Okay.
So you jump into the middle of the 5. They obviously see you. They surround you really quickly. 2 jump in. You basically parry 1 blade, kick him in the balls, bash the other with your hilt, and then stab him as he's basically trying to recover. 1 tries to jump up behind you, and you basically just flick your wrist, right? Like stabbing him, thrust, stab the other one in front of you, and then swipe and basically slash the other one, putting him out of the commission. So all 5 just kind of fall in this agony, dropping their weapon blades. The other 5 are like, holy shit, that was always the coolest thing, Princess Bride, when he does that battle backward thing. I always think that's cool.
I had spent one of my hero points to give myself an additional die.
Okay.
So
now, when you spend hero points, I don't get anything. It's just, but thank you for letting me know. Okay. That way I can keep track of when you're doing stuff like that. It's only the hanger dice, right?
I did have 1 hanger die.
Did you have 1 hanger die? I would like to buy that off of you if you wouldn't mind.
I will accept that.
Okay. So that was dropping you from 6 to 1. Now we're gonna go to Siegert had 2. Lucia, you had 3.
I thought Michael had 4.
No, Siegert has 2.
Okay. Okay, so I'm going to hop off the balcony towards the library, and I'm going to oh, wait a minute. Is there anybody between me and the library that is an assailant that I can see?
None that you can identify as of yet. Now you can move to move down and into the room. That would cost you only 1 race.
Okay, I'll use that.
The consequence in this case is that you're going to inadvertently harm somebody. Because you're basically people are scurrying around, what the hell is going on. So you may avoid an additional that consequence with an additional raise as well.
Okay, I'll do that.
Okay, so basically you jump down, you almost land on top of somebody, but you manage to sidestep it, and then you're jumping down and somebody gets in your way and you stop. Let them pass, and then
Okay, so then with my last raise, am I in the library?
You only get 1 action in which you could spend 1 or more raises to do that action. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So we have to wait until your next pass.
Yeah.
So Siegert, you're facing the 3. The 2 draw their blades, and the guy with the books is taking a back step. They're all brutes, by the way.
I had books on, I was holding on to them last I knew.
Okay.
So what's going to happen is Siegert, with the explosions and everything like that, Siegert sort of looks around. He looks at the 3 guys, pushes the books into the man's hand. They presuming they're younger.
Yeah.
And at that point, he's just like, well, on your way, boys, bigger fish and all that. And then he just turns and starts walking away.
Okay. That doesn't take any actions to do.
Right.
So you manage to, you can walk out. You see the town square, because you're passing by the big gate, so you can look out into the town square. You see the chaos that's going on in the town square. You also see in the corridor, you see Lucia jump down. Is there any action that you wish to perform at this point?
Siegert will call out to her,
Mhm.
Is Marie okay? You know, that sort of like, what's going on? Where is she? And sure, Siegert will head up there
Okay.
to make sure she's safe, right? Because that was the whole mission, right?
Yeah.
Protect the princess or something.
So
yeah.
he's-
Okay.
that will require a raise. So there is no consequence per se. So you just spend the one raise. How are you getting up there? There's a stairway balcony to go around, or you could just basically, because with your size, you could probably jump up on a table and then jump up. You know, pretty easy.
What would be the quickest way up there?
Probably the parkour out up there, and with your size, you could do it.
Sure.
You know, because you're fucking hero, so it's like, yeah, you can just like, you know, like.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, this is technically outside of my approach, so I'll spend the additional raise to do it.
Mm-hmm.
So I spend two of my raises to do that action.
Sure.
From what I understand.
Because it's
Correct? That's how
athlete.
that
Yes.
works?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah. Perfect.
Okay, so you jump up and you're now in a position, or you're now up at the top of the balcony, looking in the door into the antechamber. Servants are freaking out and that sort of stuff. Lucia, you're the only one with the raise. Yes.
I did have 3 hanging dice. I just want to make you aware of that.
Do you wish to accept my offer to give me?
You want to buy all 3 of them?
I'll buy all 3 of them, maybe.
They're looking really fancy, aren't they?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna start spending
all
danger dice.
yours.
I need to start spending them now. Like that's all there is to it. Things are gonna get hard. I'm sorry. So, okay. Lucia, you're the only one with the last race. You entered the door. Right. You do see a man standing there. There is a exit door that is open. Right. He is holding, it's a library. He's basically a Vidocian man. He has a long scar down one side of his face and a very short cut goatee. As you enter the room, you see him retracting his blade from the dead corpse of your friend. And he's like, nobody messes with Marco Villanova. And of course, because his name has Villanova in it, must mean he's the villain, right? What is your action?
My advantage. We're not so different. I'm gonna spend a hero point to convince a villain you are on her side. The villain considers you a trusted ally. As soon as the villain sees you perform a heroic action, or if you refuse to perform a villainous action, the illusion is over. You can use this advantage on each villain only once.
Hey, okay. How are you relaying this? How does this take place? What do we see?
Finally, somebody got him.
Okay. He looks up and he's like, well yes.
Nice work.
Thank you. If you want to see more, stick around.
Oh, are you killing more people?
Not yet.
Oh. Well, do you need any help?
Maybe. You're from Verdosha.
I'll draw my sword. Point me to danger!
Okay. This is technically the hero point just convinces him. So you still have the raise. Are you forgoing to do any sort of weaponry based action then? Okay, that's fair. So he starts like, come with me. Right? And he goes running upstairs out into the main room and goes running up the stairs.
I will follow him and run up the stairs. I'm pretty sure I know where he's going.
Yeah. So he's basically heading to the apartments. So we're going to begin the next round. What is your, let's start with your approach first, Lucia.
My approach is going to switch to convince, because I'm going to keep him convinced. I'm going to maintain that advantage. Do I need to do that?
No, because it's just until the advantage persists. It's you getting your way. You spent the hero point to do it. So it will happen until the like you do something heroic or you try to harm him.
Okay. Vince, go ahead.
I had one persisting raise.
Oh, you did? Oh, you did? I'm so sorry. So one persistent, is there anything you wanted to just stab another? You had another brutes too. I completely like, nah, you know.
I'll just stab one of the torchbearers.
Okay. So you stab one of the torchbearers. The torchbearers, because they're busy torching things on their action, which happens at the end of the round, they start setting fire to stuff.
Okay.
Right. So you at the beginning of the round, before actually getting a little ahead of myself. Okay. So before we go into those approaches, that reminded me that I need to probably should describe the scene first. You basically see well, okay, first we'll start with Siegert. What you see basically the servants, they're spreading out. You notice that the door to the right bedroom is now open. Well, is open, and there's an individual who's kind of white, dressed in like sort of like, you know, a mask and, you know, basically burglar gear, you know, like an outfit, like a hood and, you know, a jacket, and he's standing with his sword and he's kind of keeping a lookout. Behind him, you see 5 individuals in the room, from your vantage point, and beyond that you could see this red portal that is almost like a mirror of blood, kind of like hanging in the middle of the, suspended without any supports in the middle of the room, blood kind of weeping down. A large screaming howl is coming out of this as a man who's standing in front of it has sliced his hand and is basically standing in, like, there's energy that's coursing from around his hands to the portal behind him. The man is known to basically, you've never seen it, but almost everybody knows of the famed Porte sorcerers of Montaigne, who basically have the ability to create portals to transfer from one place to another. What they see in those portals, or what realm they go to, only they know about, though. Lucia, you're basically coming up behind. You're not quite where Siegert is, and there are there's no like people in your way. Oh, the only person in your way is basically Siegert and the Marco and Maximillian, right? I'm gonna spend another danger point to have 5 more goons jump out of nowhere. Right? What was that, Siegert?
I said nice.
That's why brutes are awesome. Because they jump out of nowhere, right? Just to go to
they
attack.
Descend from the rafters, just
right. Yeah. Right. Just trying to think here. Oh, and one last thing. I'm going to spend spend 1 danger dice to make it to where, in order to create a raise, you need a set of 15 instead of 10. So I'm increasing it by 5 more. So we're going to begin with your approach, Lucia.
Okay. I can see the door open and everything.
I'll say from your vantage point, yeah, you could see. It's a big, broad door that enters the big, broad antechamber.
Okay. How far away from me is the magician guy?
You don't quite have a line of sight on the magician, I'll say, but you do see the kind of, he's big distance from you. And in
Okay.
between you is Marco, and then Siegert, and then beyond him, the 5 goons that are sitting in the room. And then behind that, presumably, is the supporting sorcerer. When you get in there, you'll...
Can I... Okay, I'll just... What is Villanova doing?
He looks like he's preparing to attack.
Who does he look like he's preparing to attack?
Siegert.
Okay, so as soon as I see him do that, I'll scream out loudly, "Attack!" Really loud so everybody can hear me.
Well, that's your action. What is your approach for the turn?
My approach, weaponry.
Okay. So go ahead and roll your weaponry. You can also remind you that you guys are together, so you guys can spend hero dice to assist each other. Right? Which is a really advantageous way. Or spend dice 1 die to add 1d10. Now, the kind of hidden drawback here is when you do assist, it gives you a massive bonus. But with more dice, there's means more hanger dice. But then again, you could also turn me down. So it's kind of a give and take, right?
Do I still use wits for my weaponry or brawn this time?
It'd be finesse.
Finesse, okay. And we're looking for 15 now, right?
Yes.
Okay, I got 2 raises and a hanger.
What is your what is your approach, Siegert?
I'm going to use warfare.
Warfare. Okay. Okay. I like it. This is going to be interesting. And Maximillian.
This is weaponry.
Okay. Yeah. I saw that one coming. Okay, so for this round, the Marco will be using weaponry.
So that you're aware, Doug, one of my advantages says that anytime I make an athletics, warfare, or ride, all of my dice gain a +1 to their value. So I basically rolled my dice and then I'm adding +1 to each of those values.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I'm also spending a danger die, by the way, to add 2 dice to the pool. Alright, 1. Matching dice, matching dice, matching dice. Ah, okay. That's cool. That's fair. Okay. So once Siegert and Maximillian have their pulls. So our raises? You got 2. Oh, wow. Okay. 2. Okay. Siegert's going to bring it home. I just know it. It seems like one person will roll like epic, and then another person will just like
That raising it to 15 messed me up pretty bad.
Yeah. Hang your dice.
2.
Okay. I will, of course, offer to buy them.
Not this time.
Not this time. Okay. Said he had enough, huh?
Got 3 raises with 1 hang.
Okay. I would like to offer to buy that. Yes, no, taking it. Taking
How many are in your pool right now?
9 still.
Maybe I'll just leave that where it is.
You didn't like that 15, did you? Okay. So, how many? All right, so we got 2, and what was yours, Siegert? 3. Okay, so we're gonna begin with you. Actually, we're gonna begin with the villain first. So the villain's gonna go first, because with his 5 raises, and he's going to attempt to run up behind you. Yes.
I don't know if this would, if I'm reading this wrong or how this works. One of my advantages says disarming smile. Spend a hero point to keep another character from drawing a weapon. Is a villain count as a character, or is that specifically talking about other PCs? I don't know why I would have advantage that only affects the other PCs.
No, he is technically a character.
Okay, so I'm gonna spend one of my hero points, and presumably he already has his weapon out. So perhaps what I might do is
maybe
have no violence, right? Because what it says is spend a hero point to keep another character from drawing a weapon, starting a fight, or resorting to violence. They will still defend themselves, but will not start any violent conflict.
Okay. Explicitly in this case, because it's kind of a plot scheme thing, and like we can debate about what the meaning of violence is from a deeper philosophical level. But it would, in this means he won't be attacking individuals. He's just basically so with his action, that's a good use. That's sneaky Siegert. He is going to spend the raise to we'll say he's going to spend 1 raise to move through the people, and he will spend you're a large person, so we can he will spend 2 raises to avoid you, basically avoid your sweeping gaze, as a so you can't interrupt him as he's getting past. You can still act on your next round, of course.
Perhaps because the pilot, the advantage is called disarming smile. So perhaps as he goes up to attack me, I just sort of turn to him. I'm like, "How you doing there?" And he's just like, "Oh," and he just keeps going or something.
Yeah, that's exactly what happens. Actually, he's like, "Hi." He's like, and he just kind of sidesteps you, and goes into the room, where the person who is just standing at the door is like letting him by, basically. Okay, let's go. That brings him from 5 to 2. Now we're gonna go to you, Siegert.
I am planning to charge the goons in the doorway and to use them to basically battering ram the door open, like a bowling ball hitting a bunch of pins, just that sort of thing.
Okay, so we're gonna have 1 or 2 alternatives here. Either 1, you can spend 1 race to go bowling into the room, and you'll knock the brute squad down onto his feet, essentially, all 5 individuals. You won't knock the villain, but the brute squad onto its feet. But as a consequence, you might get cut or stabbed a little, right? A little bit of stabbing, in which case you could soak up to 5 damage. Let's say 3, because the 2 back brutes probably would be taken by complete surprise as this dude's coming through the door. So you can soak up to 3 damage with that.
I'll let the damage fly and
Okay.
just go on through.
Okay.
So that you said that was 1 raise to get through?
Yep, just 1 raise to bowl them over. So all 5 brutes get knocked to their feet.
Okay, awesome.
And they're not going to do their damage this round.
Okay. Other than the 3 damage I take from the act of basically porcupining myself against them in a sense,
yes.
Right? Okay, cool. As I bowl through them and am now inside the room.
Mm-hmm. What do you see?
Sure that, but also the first thing that Siegert says to Villanova,
Okay.
even though he doesn't know his name, as he goes aside, he's like, "Oh, we didn't get to be properly introduced," you know, like that sort of like, like he was just coming in to say hello or something.
Okay. So Lucia,
Am I able to see now? The guy with the portal.
you come moving up, and yeah, you do see the sorcerer.
Okay, so I am going to use Read as my
Okay.
first rise, and I don't need to take a lash for Read apparently. And I am going to use Pull and pull him towards me.
Okay, 1 second. I'm going to double check the sortie rules. Just 1 moment. Because that sounds like 2 actions, so we may have to wait until your next pass before you can pull. But I'm just going to double check just to make sure. I did not know that you didn't take a lash for reading, though. That's actually pretty cool.
Yeah.
Like...
Pull will give me a lash and lose 1 raise. Oh, the character loses 1 raise. Or no, never mind. That's minor. I don't have minor. I only have pull.
I wish I had prepped art so you guys can see stuff, like what stuff looks like. Because there's great art in this book, by the way. The point, user weave must first user read and can see. User read costs a raise during action sequences. So read will cost you 1 raise, and that is an action in itself. So you go to read his arcana. It will give you. Okay, so you see you see that he's his fate is immediately tied to Marie. Sorry, I just forgot spaced your name for a second. Like most simple name in the world. His fate is immediately tied to Marie. But you also see that, of course, he's a sorcerer. He's not a villain or even a henchman. He is in fact a brute with a special ability. And I don't think so. He does not have arcana of any sort. You see the arcana surrounding her. If the sorcerer cannot see. Yeah. Okay. You do look at the villains. You do gain the villain's arcana, though. His basically. Oh no, you did read on him. It's surrounding her. Yeah, so it's reading everything.
Yeah.
You technically gain Sigurt's knowledge of Sigurt's arcana. Too, by the way.
What's up, Siegert? Arcana.
Do you want me to say that now, or?
Sure, if you want. I mean,
Siegert is a virtue of willful, and hubris is trusting.
my villain is. Let me find. Oh my god, the arcana in this. Come on, it's like in the weirdest place. Okay, so he's ambitious as a hubris, and his virtue is willful. So he actually has the same from the magician. You basically, it's the willful and ambitious is hubris. The brutes obviously have nothing. They're just brutes. So, okay. That was your action. So that took you from 3 to 2. Now we're gonna go to Maximillian, who had 2, correct? Okay. So you had another squad of 5 brutes jump out of nowhere, and you had the squad of 5 brutes who were. Oh no, you took out 1, so there's 4 brutes. Yeah.
So as these guys are, I'm guessing, armed and ready to fight, correct?
Absolutely.
These brutes?
Yeah.
Okay. I will run up to one and sort of knock his blade up and slash down across his front, their front,
Mm-hmm.
and then I will grab the other one, grab the hilt of another one, and stab it into one of his friends.
All right. So you basically you knock the blade out with your sword. He clutches his hand, is bleeding, and goes stumbling off, wounded horribly. You knock the other one out, and he goes around and drops like a bag of potatoes. And then you basically take while he's going backwards, you take and stab him with the hilt. And the guy is like, and he like falls in like a really like stage dive or whatever you want to call it. Okay. So that's 3 brutes that you took up. And we're going to go back to the next round of actions, which Siegert was left with a bunch, like 2, and Lucia was left with 1. Okay, so we're going to go Siegert. And the villain has 2, but the villain always goes after the heroes if they have the same raises.
I don't know if this is an action, but I would like to activate my virtue if I'm allowed to, or does it require a special trigger to do so?
It's usually what is your virtue? First
Willful.
Willful. Okay, so willful. Activate your virtue. Target a villain until the end of the scene. You cannot spend hero points, and the villain cannot spend danger points.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Does that require an action? How does that work?
That does not. It just happens. Here is a hero point. It just happens unless it says specifically when. So
okay,
there's like.
So let's say that the whole interaction I had with Villanova, where he went around me, I bowled in over his guys, and then did the whole thing with like, we weren't properly introduced, that whole bit. We'll say that maybe that just like gives him like kind of a weird vibe, like, wait, what is happening? Kind of however you want to interpret it. But I will definitely use that. Does that count as my action?
No.
Oh, okay. So I guess I still have 2 raises. So what else is there to do?
You do have to spend a hero point to do that, though, to activate your virtue.
Oh yeah, I'll spend a hero point. Yeah, that's no problem. Okay, so that's what it costs. That's what I was trying to figure out, was what it costs to activate this thing.
Actually, it doesn't cost any hero points. I'm sorry. I was just looking at that. I was like, does it? And I was like, no, it doesn't. You activate your virtue only once per session. Activating your virtue has no cost. So, take the hero point back.
I can't spend it anyways. No big deal.
Yeah.
So yeah, I guess. So what is going on in the room then? Because that was the thing I hadn't gotten yet.
Okay, so when you came into the room, the guys get knocked over. You notice that the Porte Sorcerer had his arms around Marie, and you notice that the Villanova basically had just come in and was like looks like he was about ready to say something or barking orders. Then the brutes are on their feet essentially, and you also notice that what's his name? Ricard, right? Was lying on the ground wounded. Looked like he had been, and with one of the brutes having the bloody blade nearby, like having a bloody blade nearby. So he looks like he was actually wounded when they came in.
Okay, can I try to engage the sorcerer guy? Would that be possible, or is that not really possible?
You can
Sure, let's do that then. The guy that's grabbing at Marie, I want to get him off of Marie.
Okay.
Whether that's like running up and hitting him or tackling him or whatever would make the most sense, I would think, based on the situation.
Sure. Okay, so you're gonna go to tackle him. Now, you go to tackle him. At this point, let me double check one thing, because you may have actually done something that will make this entire series much shorter. I just gotta double check one thing. So villains have, brutes have special abilities, right? That I can activate at any time. And villains have a special trait called influence. They have power and influence. Influence is like danger dice in the fact that when I use it, it happens, right? Because it's their special abilities. One of the things about a villain is that they can escape, right? They can just like pop
yeah,
their
that's an
ninjas.
influence though. That would mean even though I stop their danger dice, they could still escape. I just can't. They just can't use extra danger dice to give us extra negative effects. Is what it sounds like.
I'm double checking to see if I spend influence, I have to spend danger points as well.
Oh, okay.
That's what I'm checking.
Well, okay. When you spend danger points, is it that you, the game master, are spending the danger points, or is it that villain is spending them?
If the villain is spending, well, the villain can spend his danger points like you spend hero points to activate abilities and do things. If I'm adding dice, he's considered spending it. If I'm like adding the 2 dice to his pool, that's considered spending it. Or I'm alleviating or I'm augmenting his pool in any way, that would be considered spending it. I'm also, that's one reason why I'm checking is like, because if he has influence actions and influence actions require spending danger dice, we may be at a short stop here, or things are gonna get bloody, one of the two. Because I do have some dice, but undermining. What does influence do? Just let me double check real quick. It does not say. It's okay. Okay, we're good there. You go bowling into the brute. I'm going to say that you manage to take the brute out, right? Because you're hitting him, right? I will also at the same time for the brute spend and activate his ability to abduct somebody, right? So you knock him out, meaning you're not going to have to deal with him anymore in this story. He's down for he's out of the story. But not before he grabs Marie and goes bowling backwards as the villain spends his influence, not his danger points, his influence to escape. In which case he has to spend his remaining influence of, because he's only a rank 4 villain. He has 4 influence. He spends that 4 equal to the highest trait of the player, which is you, and escapes. So next time you face him, he will not have influence. He will not be able to escape. Right, and that's when you can kill him, essentially. Right, I have rules for what my villains can do, and that's the reason why they just say it just happens. Right?
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. So okay, so Siegert punches the guy, and then he gets knocked like into the thing with the Marie, and then the villain jumps in afterwards, and then it just like disappears.
Yeah. But when you hit him, you hear the bone-sickening crunch of his face that no one can possibly survive through, right? Which sucks because I was gonna have the, anyway, reasons. Okay, I think it's a great place to leave it, as she gets abducted through the gate. Riker de Lioncourt, her groomed to be, stabbed on the ground. You're surrounded by some brutes. You're fighting people in the streets. The town is on fire. I think that's a great place to conclude